start the live. Welcome everyone. Hello, today is a wonderful day. It is Earth Day. We are very excited to be sharing with all of you watching today and hopefully becoming inspired about what you can do to, what your roles and responsibilities are to the earth, to the lands, the waters, all of creation. My name is Jody Williams. I'm one of the co-chairs here for the First Nations Métis Inuit Education Association of Ontario. And I'm not going to take up any more time because we're here for a beautiful opening with Monica and Qauyisaq, and I'm going to turn it over to them. So over to you.
Awesome, thank you. I'm going to leave that lighting up the Qulliq to Monica. As you know, the Qulliq is a source of light and heat for Inuit for millennia in the Arctic. And it's usually tended by the women, although men can also tend Qulliq because it does give light and heat. But I always like that term that Pauktutit Inuit Women of Canada termed is that the Inuit women are the keepers of the light, and I really feel that is a true statement. So I'm gonna turn it over to Monica to say a few words and to kind of explain the importance of the Qulliq and how to do the basic starting of the fire for the Qulliq. Thank you.
Hi, Monica. Ittursardjuat, and here's my Qulliq. It's made of soapstone that I made 2 years ago at the start of the COVID. And there's a basin in here that we put oil in, and then we put a wick along the edge here. And this wick is Arctic cotton that I picked from the land. And I'm sure Jody has a copy of the picture I had sent her that is in the field. There it is. That's where I picked, yeah, this illustration of the Arctic cotton on the land. And these have been plucked out of the stem. And I removed the little seed from there, and I just put this part as the wick. So that's how I'm going to start the fire going. We used to have seal oil, or like we render the seal oil by boiling the fat. And we also used beluga whale blubber. And when they went out on the land, like caribou hunting, they would also use caribou fat. But anyway, this I used to help me light the Qulliq. It's something I picked off the street of Toronto, a stick. And I made one, when I made this Qulliq, I made a taco. Taco is what helps us to control the fire, the flames. And in the olden days, this is what Inuit used to use to light the igloo to warm up the place for heat. And they used to have big Qulliq. This is a very small replica of a Qulliq. And they would put a rack on top and put a chain down and hook up a pot to boil ice for water or tea kettle to make some tea and to cook, and also to dry clothing. Like on the rack, they would place mittens, socks, and anything that needs to dry. Put it on the rack, way up there. And like when you're out traveling and the father and the sons build an igloo and it's like frozen ice and snow, nothing but ice and snow out on the land in the wintertime, like deep freeze. And you ride a Qulliq and you can take off your outer clothing. And as it warms, sometimes it will get so warm that you need to also, be so hot that you'd be sweating. And anyway, in the igloo, the heat would kind of melt the inside layer of the igloo, and then during the night, the flames would die down a bit and have maybe one little corner all lit through the night. But as the inside lining of the igloo cools, it would freeze, and that would help insulate the igloo. But anyway, the Qulliq creates an atmosphere where it's welcoming, cozy, and warm. So not too long ago, they started using the Qulliq to open ceremonies, as I'm doing right now. And I use this Qulliq here in Toronto to make bannock, slow baked bannock. It's more delicious than when you bake it on a range. Anyway, so I can feel the heat from here. So I would, I can make the flame bigger by making the wick taller, like that, or I can diffuse it by tapping on the wick and so on. And I have this takot, and I have one that I found in my mother's old tent ring from years ago, and my father had made it from a big nail, and which he stuck antler for a handle. So this is very precious to me. And so this is just to welcome everyone into this session, that you feel welcome and free to express yourselves about the earth and everything in it that we were given to take care of and to respect and use and not waste and so on. Thank you.
Monica, can I ask, you mentioned that Inuit and your family would render the seal oil and the caribou fat, I guess, into the fuel. What do you use in Toronto? I'm sure it's pretty hard to get seal oil in Toronto.
I use vegetable oil.
Vegetable oil. It works the same concept, I guess, as the seal oil and fat based.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, as long as it's oil, fat. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So how long would it take you to make bannock on a Qulliq? I'm gonna assume it takes a lot longer than on a...
about half an hour, very slow cook, and it's about up here, so the heat is like a jiggy,
consistent and
consistent in the frying pan. I use a little frying pan because this is a small Qulliq. Half an hour for one side, and you flip it over.
Okay. I can't wait to try it.
You have to come to Toronto.
So one of the, I guess, themes of Earth Day would be sustainability and how, like you said, to use the resources wisely, using elements or using things in their element. And I always was amazed that Inuit were able to very intelligently use minimal resources, but be able to live a really good life, in the North.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's in line with Earth Day and, not making a big impact on the earth, but living, a big impactful life for your family.
I mentioned about the Arctic cotton. What we also use is topsoil and manok. And if I don't have Arctic cotton, I will pick in the fall. They look like pussy willows. I don't know what they're called in English, but they look like this in the fall, and you pick them off the plant, and they're not that big, so you have to add a bit of the topsoil from the ground, which is from near the lakes, and you mix them together. So this is to add to the little bit of, pussy willow or whatever you call them. But the pussy willow kind of thing is what
Combining them.
Yeah, which combines this, because this is very flaky and so on. So you put that as a hook like this, and it works the same way. So this is one thing that I forgot to mention. So actually, this is the soapstone, seal oil, and these are Arctic cotton, and all these are made of, from the ground, from nature. Yeah.
So how long did it take to make your own Qulliq? I've never, you're the first woman I can think of that I've heard of making her own Qulliq. So this is pretty cool.
I think it took me 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, I had a full-time job, so I would do it on my free time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a small Qulliq, so it took me 2 weeks. I learned the names of the tools that I never used before, and I learned how to use them. First time I started using them, the tools, I mean, it would scare me. What if I cut myself or something? You know? So I learned how to make a Qulliq, but also what the tools are called, what they're used for, and how to use them, and so on. Yeah, it was a learning experience for me.
Sounds like a very empowering thing to do, to be able to create something that provides the necessities of life too, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And I take this with me when I go to Qulliq.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe one of my granddaughters will use it, because I'll be using a much bigger one in my tent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What a beautiful, what a beautiful way to start off our day today. I hope people who are watching are appreciating this beautiful light that is shining through our screens, because this is where we're operating from currently still. But I just want to thank Monica and Qauyisaq for coming here this morning and starting off this important day. And hopefully you'll join us throughout the day, but also they'll be back. Monica and Qauyisaq will be back at 1:45 to share a lot more on Inuit culture and perspectives, and then close out our day again. So I just want to thank you both for starting us off in this really beautiful way.
Yes, you're welcome. Thank you.
So next we have Tehahenteh, and again, our goal for today is to provide a variety of perspectives, and maybe you'll start to see that there's some similarities when we talk about original peoples of these lands, and the indigenous knowledge systems that are very, very intelligent and have so much to offer that we can learn from. So I'm going to turn it over to Tehahenteh, who will introduce himself and share with us for the next half hour. So over to you.
No, Jody. Tehahenteh nitni waksanoda oswagud sinuni nida wagahtanja waganyata da Kanyen'kehaka. Known in my community here at Six Nations as Tehahenteh. I'm Turtle Clan, and I'm also of the Mohawk persuasion. So, well, I greet everyone that was here. I just came in on a little tail end of that other presentation, and we're here today talking about land and water. And this morning I was thinking, it's kind of like all of these things that we say we'll have a special day for this and a special day for that. And the fact is there's 365 days of the year. And truthfully, what we should be doing is we should be honoring, giving greetings, love, and respect to each and every one of these individual days, and to each and every one of all these things we consider to be precious. And so we always like to put forth a few words in language, because that's our traditional way. So I will give you a little bit of an explanation of that in a moment. Kanyen'kehaka, so what I want to see us got the guiding less and how to somewhat got one in there the way in a down. Negadi Dietino Hodadosage, Hodi Huaguegos in Hodi and Guayandajet, Scott the Johonjade, Sini Got Kamahaje. Negadi ne Oni Garaje, ne Gahniga Suits, and how the Tumbo Taro or when he serade. Negadi Aguegon to the Wages, they got to Omonjage, Dundaitino Hodadosage, Ori Huaguegos in Hodi got Kamahaje, Diet to the Dunganigona. Naoni Sawiero Jit Karunhiade. 8 to an 8 Nua Oni. Nyo Nyati Rivaga Yunatka Wahajin and Goya Eri Stakwa. Nungadi 8 to 8 Nua Oni, what Titinu Hona Dunya, Nena Odi Waguego, Diet to the Dunganigona. Nenua, Nene Dion Kiadado, Yeti what Negase, Skahne. I do not wait none yet then and what Nigona, and what the guy I quite got anyone Rayanda, Nene Tinahoda. Sini some what got one in the way in the dark and got the Johonjade. Nagadi that city one who had and I sway at Dizon. They only the young Kiadadan, Sini, Aguego, Scarnet, Diodi Canyo, Sinat, Zinahoda, Yaguatcatos. They got enough tongue and a guana. So, what I did is sort of like a really short version of the land acknowledgement. And as I said, thinking about these things, we're encouraged to use our language anytime we do a ceremony. And we understand that the greatest ceremony that we have is this ceremony of communication, to understand that we as human beings are in fact part of this great area of space, really. It's a cosmos, and it's all one, and it's all connected. And even though we call it space out there, it's because there's a lot of space in between those molecules that the scientists talk about. And what's that got to do with earth and water? It is in our telling, and I'm from the Haudenosaunee perspective, is our stories, even though we call them stories, they're not really stories, they're an accounting of oral history, how we understand how things operate. And even though we do little kind of stories in between to illustrate what is being spoken about, when we look at the larger picture, it's all science. And so our understanding is that, and it's not just our nation that understands this, that our origins as human beings comes from the stars, basically, way out there in space, as I was talking about. And what we find out there is the same atoms that we find here on Earth and in our little bubble of space here that we're familiar with, this inner circle of an atmosphere, whereas the larger atmosphere is out there with the stars. And it's such an expanding idea that this is what puts everything into motion. All the things that we see here on Earth, all the things that supports us as our living, how we get our food, the very air that we breathe, the water that we drink. And we understand that in our creation telling, it tells about this individual that came from the stars. And when she passed from her, shall we say, world to this world, it says she went through a tunnel. And this tunnel was all dark in there. So she was trying to reach out, trying to save herself. She realized that she was falling. And she grabs a number of things, seeds being one of them, brings that with her. And even though it doesn't break her fall, when the animals here on this planet Earth saw this individual in distress, they said that we have to do something. So they sent up their energy to bring her down softly here. So this sky woman we talk about came to earth, and the very first words that she speaks when she comes out of this tunnel that she was going through to come here, she said, "Nikne onega iga." All she could see was just water. So we can imagine that what she was looking at was a globe, and she was over oceans or over waters, and it was all that she could see. So that was the very first thing. And then we say it was the great turtle that volunteered his back to say, well, you can at least put her on my back, at least she'll have someplace to walk. And so when she did in fact land here, the very first thing she asks for is she asks the animals if they would help her to bring earth to the back of the turtle, because there was no earth there for her to plant her seeds. And she was very concerned that she would not live. And so this is how we get what's called now, we represent this in our ceremony when we do that shuffle dance. When the women do that shuffle dance, it's 1 foot forward and 1 foot back. And then they move to the side and they're always moving towards their left. And in that dance, that's that dance of not knowing whether she's going to live or whether she's not going to live, and what's going to be all the steps that she needs to take to ensure that if she was to live, that it's going to be a good place to be living. And so that's our first understanding, that water was covering the earth. It was the animals that in fact assists Sky Woman to bring the earth. And as she's going, she's spreading this earth that the animals brought up from the depth of the ocean. She's spreading that behind her, and she's also putting down the seeds. And as she's moving along, this is her shuffle dance. And so this is how we sort of rationalize how the earth came to be, although it took a lot longer than a few days for this to happen. And when we're talking about days and time, shall we say, we understand that that's also a man's construct. And so we use things like our planetary position, how many times we rotate around the sun in a 24-hour period of time, and on and on. And we use this word time as if it's a real thing. And the fact is, it's actually now. This is what's going on in our minds right now. We're sharing this telling. And we're understanding the deeper connections that we have to not just the water, because water, as we know, is life. It's teeming full of life, but also to the land that supports all of this. So in other words, we are, in fact, bringing together the energy of the, shall we say, cosmos. That intelligent energy of the cosmos had this thought that it wanted to expand its knowledge. So it allowed a being from another world to come to this world and populate this world that we know right now. And this wisdom also knew what was going to be needed. Those very basic elements like water. It's the foundation basically of life, because in the water, it's teeming full of this microcosmos of life that we don't even see, we don't even realize. And we're still discovering to this very day of other life that's in the waters that where it's completely new to us. And how long have we been here? And how great is our science? And we still don't know everything that there is to know of creation. So creation has it in the water. We as human beings, we have a shall we say, reproductive system that's based on that greater system, which is we, in fact, in our mother's womb, are in water when we are conceived. And that's how we developed. And then we come out of that water. And now we're introduced to the, shall we say, the physical world. And so we have these energies. One is the physical energy, which is, we talk about the energy of the earth. Because at the beginning of time in our tellings, it tells about everything was given an instruction right from the very beginning. And so this was already going on here on this planet Earth before we as human beings came into existence. And so everything had to be just right. And this is what creation was doing. It was going about through this long process of Earth being developed, comes out of the water. All things need all these other elements that are surrounding us, like the sun, the stars, all of those things that are in the sky world, combined with all of the things that are here on Earth, are all telling us a little bit of this history. And each of our nations has a special understanding about how all of this goes together. And when we as nations get together and we discuss our creation tellings and our understandings about things, it invariably enriches our understanding about, oh yeah, now I understand this other little part of what I heard when I was younger and as I was growing up and didn't understand it. And so these understandings come to us. The more information that we gather, the easier it is to say, oh, now I feel a lot safer because I understand what's going on. And we always did. Now we sort of rely a lot on science because everybody's saying, well, follow the science, right? Okay, well, science is what we understand about it. And the fact is, it was understood a long, long time ago. And so each and every day, it's kind of like we're rediscovering this. And, you know, as Indigenous people, our knowledge has been suppressed. And in a way, I guess it was good that it was suppressed because it at least concentrated this knowledge in tiny little pockets that were kept secret up until very recently when it's become safe for us to express and share these understandings of this huge cosmos, if you will, of life. And what is the meaning of life? How each one of these strands are all connected to each other. Just the fact of understanding that life here on Earth has changed drastically since it began. And even though all of those instructions have changed over time, the general instruction is the same. It all interconnects all life forms to what we understand, and even life forms that we don't understand, that we're just beginning to understand that energy, in fact, is part of this equation. And that energy, we can't actually see it, but it doesn't make it any less real. It's absolutely necessary. There's more than one kind of energy that makes all of this miracle really exist. And so it's in the simple terms, we say, oh, it's because water is life. And you say, yes, it is connected to everything. That water is, right now, we're getting lots of rain. Everything is trying to cleanse itself. And so that cleansing is a continual natural occurrence that it wishes to keep itself clean. And we as human beings also picked up these instructions. Our instructions were to be like stewards to say that we need to realize just how connected we are to these very basic things here on earth, one of them being water and the other one being land. Because it takes this combination with a whole bunch of other combinations like the energy of the sun coming up at certain times and its rotation and how it changes and how the plants also know of all the changes that's going to occur just because it's natural. They don't have to be taught that. We as human beings need to be reminded that we are part of this. And so whatever that we do, whatever we share, however we go about preserving, helping the waters, we invariably help all the living organisms that are in the waters, because invariably we depend on some of these organisms. Some of these fish are the very food that we eat. So it makes sense that everything stays pristine as we can possibly keep it. And that's that giving of thanks. That giving of thanks is mixed with gratitude. That gratitude then puts all of this in motion to make it a wonderful life for us. Many, many nations talk about the good life. And we as Haudenosaunee, we talk about the good mind. So we're all thinking about the same sort of thing. When you put it all together, when you put 2, 3, 4 nations together, and they're all saying basically the same thing, that we are a part of this and we have a responsibility. And those responsibilities means that this will continue for our generations to follow. We always talk about the connections of the different generations. Some talk about it in terms of 7 generations, but it's not just 7 generations in one direction. The way that it was put to me when I was very young is that you think of 7 generations, each of us can think of 7 generations in our own family. And we've got pictures to see. We can look back 3 generations. That's a pretty easy thing to do. And if we're fortunate enough to live to midlife, we can actually see physical people 3 generations from where we were born. So it's not hard to imagine that in 7 generations, we are in the present. We are in the here and the now. And we use all of that knowledge, as much knowledge as we can bring forward from days gone by to the present, so that we have something that we can use as our, shall we say, marker stone to say, well, we were told this, therefore this is likely the right thing to be doing. And so we have all of these markers in place. And so this is how we know that all of these things that we're only talking just land and water, we're talking about everything that comes from that, because the water now is making the grass green, the grasses are growing. In the grasses are the medicines. We're in preparation right now with the earth. We've got our, our seeds are already started. And next thing we'll be doing is be getting our hands into the dirt and moving that about. So we're going to have a place for our plants, and we're going to need that precious rain. In our language, we say yogonoro when we say it's raining, and we break it down to say that the yoga part of it means it's obvious. Something is obvious. And ganoro part, that means it's precious. So you put those 2 things together, it's visibly precious. That's how we describe the rain. Why is that? It's because that's an essential part of that cycle. It's part of it. We don't have a choice. This is how it was given an instruction to operate. And we have a responsibility to honor that way of operation and to support that, because we as human beings have that ability to be supporting. And so when we talk about land and water, we talk about it in these very, very simple ways that is really kind of wordy in some ways. And I hope that sort of gives a little bit of a background, because those words that I gave at the beginning acknowledges all those energies here on Earth that provide us all the foods, all the medicines, everything that we could ever need, the oxygen that we breathe, the birds, some of the birds that we put on our plate for food, the other animals that we put on our plate for food. All of these things are here to support us. And it is the same way in the entire cosmos. And so that is, I think, pretty close to the time I was allotted to talk about that. Hope that wasn't too wordy. Dieta.
Oh, it's so beautiful. Thank you so much for your words today. And hopefully for the folks listening in, you know, when you have the opportunity to hear some of the language, I know maybe for kids, it's, you know, you don't know what's being said, but I really encourage you that it's okay if you don't know what's being said, that you just let that language come in and sit with you, because it's such a powerful, important part of who we are. And so I just want to thank you for those words. And I know we have just a couple minutes, and I just thought maybe to help folks here listening situate themselves, or you situate yourself in terms of where you're coming from. Where you mentioned, you know, you're part of the Haudenosaunee. Do you want to just maybe briefly, you know, because sometimes we get questions of like, oh, where is that? Or what is that nation? Do you want to just quickly share that?
Yeah, well, Haudenosaunee, well, our original stomping grounds goes all the way down to New York City. The Hudson River comes up there. That was all our original population there. We still have people down there. And then you go up the Hudson River, along the Mohawk River next, and you go all the way up. You come up through the Five Finger Lakes area, and you go right across the continent. Is about 250 miles there to the bottom of Lake Erie. Those are all our traditional stomping grounds. And now, since the Haldeman Proclamation, we have been residing along the Grand River. And so that goes from the mouth to the source. It's up to around Fergus or something like that. And that original tract is 6 miles either side of that river, this river, the Grand River. And so that's where we're situated now, although the parcel of land is much smaller now than it was. I'm not going to get into the reasons for that. It's just sort of the ongoing things with land and water that we have issues with our neighbors, but we're still happy to be here.
Thank you so much again for your words this morning, and hopefully folks are thinking about, you know, what they can take away from this and the important roles and responsibilities we have to take care of the lands and waters and all of creation. So thank you so much for coming with us, and we'll now we'll move to a break, and we will be back at 9:45. So if you're staying on, get some water, take a break, and we'll be back with Maurice Switzer at 9:45.
Morning.
Hello, Maurice. Just so
Hi.
you know, it is live currently.
Okay.
So people will see us having
Well,
a little conversation.
I can't swear?
Yeah, maybe no swearing.
Okay.
Yeah, we just leave the live stream. We just leave it on for the whole time.
Now, I sent you the slides.
Okay.
Am I going to be able to, I'm just picking some of them out. Am I going to be able to see the whole presentation on my screen so I can pick them out? Or I've sent it to you in case you want to present it and I can just give you the numbers.
Okay. Let me,
You have to, it's a link I sent you.
okay. To my work email or?
Yeah, and to the FNMIEAO.
Okay. Let me just get that.
How's it gone so far?
Great. Really
Good.
nice. Yeah.
That's-
Hmm. I don't see it here in either email. Oh, wait, nope. Hang on. Okay, so yeah, I can put up whatever numbers that you want to speak to.
Oh, can you see it then?
Yeah, it's let me just stop sharing this screen. And I will share, hang on a second. I gotta find which screen to share, one sec.
Mhm.
Where did this go? Ah, okay. Okay, so this is what I have from you.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Can you
yeah,
see the
I
numbers?
yes, I can, and I can do this. So you tell me the numbers and I can put,
Okay,
go to
okay.
those numbers.
Oh, that's great. Okay.
Do you want me to start here?
Yep.
Okay.
That's good. Thanks.
All right. Well, we're pretty much ready to go. So we have, we are 1 minute off. So just give me one more minute here just to get organized. Hello, everyone. So welcome back. We are carrying on this important day and conversation with everyone here. And I'm happy to be here with Maurice, and who's also part of our council. And I'm just going to turn it right over to you, Maurice, to introduce yourself, and then you let me know what you would like to share on the screen.
Okay, well, thanks, Miigwech, Jody, and again, thanks so much to the First Nations Métis Inuit and Education Association of Ontario for all the wonderful work that you do and have done in schools, you know, and has been so helpful to teachers and students all across the province. And it's through you know, initiatives like this that people are learning more about their country and about Indigenous people's role in it. So miigwech, and thank you for all of my colleagues who are sharing information today that helps make us hopefully some people more aware that this is Earth Day. And, you know, investor advisors say, put your money in land. They don't make any more of that. And that's the case. They don't make any more of it, which is all the more reason why we should start doing a better job of looking after what we have. And we live in the second largest country by landmass in the world, Canada, almost 10 million square kilometers, and those of us who are talking to you today are giving you different messages about how that land is being or has been looked after. So Jody, you can put that first slide up. I'll introduce myself. It's important that that you hear languages that, while they're not considered Canada's official languages, have been spoken on these lands for thousands of years, long before European languages were used here. Ani Bojo, Bnesi, Dijnakas, Wajash Dodum, Anishinaabek, Angwaro Dodum, Haudenosaunee, Alderville, Donjiba, North Bay and Diana, Anishinaabek and Dow. So I've greeted you as friends and say that my Indigenous roots are in the Mississaugas of Alderville First Nation in Southern Ontario. I have two clans, a Michi-Sagig clan and a Kanyen'kehaka clan, and I'm a citizen of the Anishinaabek Nation, and I'm speaking to you from North Bay, Ontario, which is on Anishinaabek territory, as is most of Southern Ontario. Many of you who see this will be familiar with what's called the medicine wheel teaching, and it can be used in many ways. And if you look at at those images on there, they talk about the things that humans were given when we were put on this planet, and the plants, the trees, the animals, and the rocks, and with a fire in the center. And we were given everything we need to have a good life. And those things are still there, but how modern humans are dealing with our environment is causing damage to all of those things, whether it's you know, over hunting or mining, clear cutting, spraying. You know, we're causing tremendous damage to the gifts that we were given. So so I want to talk today. You know, it's Earth Day, but it's what has happened to the land that we know as Canada. So number 9, please, Jody. Yeah, thank you. This shows that before Europeans came here, whether it was the Vikings in 1000 or French and English 500 years later, that that this continent that we call Turtle Island, North America, was inhabited by hundreds of different nations of people, and there's still descendants of those original nations here. And our numbers have been reduced by imported disease and wars and other factors, but we're still here. But this shows that before Europeans came, that this place was pretty well occupied, pretty full. Number 8, please, Judy. And you may have heard some discussion in the last little while after delegations of Indigenous peoples went to see the Pope, ostensibly to try to start an apology process for the residential school nightmare that took place in Canada for over a century. and resulted in the deaths of some thousands of innocent indigenous children. But one of the other purposes of that, of that mission was to seek an end to a doctrine that's been in place again for about 1,000 years, that was promulgated by the Catholic Church, which was the major religious entity in Europe, and to which all of the explorer nations, England, France, Italy, Portugal, Spain, all adhered, and they always liked to have the blessing of the church. And beginning with the Crusades in about 1,000 years ago, Pope Urban II literally issued a papal bull, as they call them, a proclamation that said that the Europeans, because of their faith, their Christianity, their Catholicism, were entitled to go to Jerusalem in a great crusade and defeat and forever enslave the pagans, the Saracens, as they called them. And these sort of proclamations were used to justify explorations by people like Christopher Columbus, 500 years later, by papal bulls by Pope Alexander and Pope Nicholas. And the wording that was that if people from these nations, these Catholic nations, go anywhere in the world and encounter lands where the occupants do not believe what we believe, we are entitled to take their lands. This is called the doctrine of discovery, which has never been repudiated. As you can see in the bottom point of this slide, in 2016, the Catholic bishops of Canada repudiated it, but the Pope, as the head of the church, has never repudiated the doctrine on which the existence of some 80 nations who were colonized around the world rests. That doctrine. It's a racist doctrine, and most countries in the world, like Canada and the United States, literally came into being with the foundation stone of racism. So that's how the lands were treated. Number 8. Number 10. So the newcomers came in great numbers. This is like Samuel Champlain marching into or sailing into what was going to be Canada, helped by Indigenous peoples. And the French came to our lands in great numbers first. And they were treated, as long as they came peacefully, newcomers were helped. Many of them were pitiful refugees from poverty and life like slaves. The polite word was serfs in Europe, but they didn't know how to hunt or fish or what to eat or what medicines were available. And the Indigenous peoples welcomed them to these lands, to these shores, and as long as they came peacefully. 14. And they had discovered resources like furs, the French, and of course it wasn't long before their rivalries back home in Europe with the British came into play, and they brought their arguments to our shores, and for over a century they were fighting and involving Indigenous peoples in their rivalries. And by the middle of the 18th century, the British had come out on top. They had superior military forces around the world and a huge fleet. And they had hoped to make what was going to be Canada one of their colonies. They had already started colonies south of us in what's now the United States. And they resolved, because they saw how fiercely the Indian tribes of North America, as they called them, would defend their lands, that they would use diplomacy and the treaty process. And here is a depiction of the largest gathering of Indian leaders in the history of North America near Niagara Falls in the summer of 1764, to express the wishes of Great Britain and its monarch, King George, to be forever allies and friends with the Indian tribes of North America, and to respect them as nations, as the Royal Proclamation said. And you can see a wampum belt being exchanged, and this was a landmark event in Canadian, the history of Canada. Without this event, historians agree that what we know as Canada today almost certainly wouldn't exist. And the first test of this agreement, which was accepted by those Indian chiefs because they were made many promises and given many gifts, including the equivalent of $20 million in today's currency. They accepted the promises to share the land. They were promised, if they did, that if they shared their lands around the Great Lakes with the British, that they would have an exclusive Indian territory in which no settlers would be allowed, the whole center of North America. Number 15, please. This is the image at the center of the belt, and it shows that universal symbol of friendship and peace and alliance, is the hands together, showing the hearts, that this was a spiritual occasion, as well as a legal and contractual one. Number 25. Now, the first test of the treaty came when our neighbors to the south, who didn't want to be a British colony anymore, they tried to, they had a revolution, they broke away from the British, and they tried to take their northern neighbors with them. And the Indian tribes, 10,000 warriors, became Canada's defense force, because there were virtually no British troops in the war theater, which was primarily Southern Ontario. And the alliance of those Indians that they had promised less than 50 years earlier at the Treaty of Niagara, they kept their promise, and they repelled the superior forces of the American colonial army. And again, that Canada almost certainly wouldn't exist if that hadn't happened. Number 28. So after the threat of war dissipated, the British started bringing boatload after boatload of settlers, and it wasn't long until they vastly outnumbered the Indians, and that was really that event that happened at Niagara less than or just about a century earlier made this confederation more likely to happen, that there would be a peaceful birth of a Canadian colony. Number 17. Sorry, I'm forcing my facilitator to go back and forth here. This just shows you how treaties became a way to to make settlement on the land, our earth, the land across Canada, feasible. Those are the numbered treaties. As settlement grew and as a settlement moved west, you can see that the treaties followed. But unfortunately, the treaties by this time had become a very cynical way of getting land away, getting their traditional lands away from the indigenous peoples, and herding them onto reserves. And the original nation-to-nation respectful relationship was starting to disappear because the settlers vastly outnumbered the Indians, who had succumbed to a lot of imported diseases that they had no immunity to, and they had suffered terribly in the War of 1812, being the main protagonists. So number 31. So it wasn't long before those new colonials decided, in their urge to get hold of these lands, the land was so important to them, You need land to build what you conceive as a country or a nation. It was only 9 years after Confederation that they thought that a priority would be to establish the Indian Act. You can see what they thought of the Indians on whom they had depended a century before to share this land with them. They didn't even think of them as people, as persons, which sounds awfully like the 400-year earlier doctrines of discovery, which again said that if Europeans, Christian Europeans came to any lands in which they found people who didn't believe what they believed, they could treat those lands as empty, and they called those lands terra nullius. They could treat them as lands occupied by nobody. Well, if you're not a person, you're a nobody. Number 34. Again, we can see how fast this relationship had changed in less than 150 years. All of a sudden, the Indian Act was forbidding practice of Indigenous culture, was requiring people who lived on those little reserves to have passes to get off them. And of course, we're all aware of the damage caused still today by the legacy of residential schools, which affected just about every Indigenous family in Canada. And we're a long way, even though in time it's not very long since the Treaty of Niagara, but you can see the damage that was caused by how the relationship was allowed to deteriorate by the settlers, by the colonizers. Number 33. Oh, 33. Oh, there should be a map. Maybe the numbers are out. No, there should be a map showing a bunch of little red dots, Jody. The other way, I think. Yeah, the other way. There we go. All those little red dots represent Indian reserves, First Nation reserves. There are over 600 of them across Canada. And you remember that first, and there are a number in the United States, of course, but if you remember that first map that showed that the entire continent was occupied freely by Indigenous peoples, now officially Indian land represents 0.02% of Canada's 10 million square kilometers. It's only those lands that can strictly be called Indian lands, and the people who live on those reserves don't even own the houses on top of the land. They're held, that land is held supposedly in trust for them by the federal government. Number 48. Section 35 of Canada's Constitution Act of 1982 on the left, it shows that the highest law of the land, the rule of law in Canada, says that the existing Aboriginal and treaty rights of the Aboriginal peoples of Canada are hereby recognized and affirmed. So we wonder why there's still so many disputes and court cases about treaties and land claims. It's because the government has not implemented these high-sounding constitutional words into legislation, which needs to happen to make them the law, the on-the-ground law of the land. So it's a sort of a hypocrisy that as of last July, Canada has required all new immigrants to this country to swear in their citizenship oath to observe the treaty rights of Indigenous peoples, as well as the laws of Canada, and show allegiance to Her Majesty the Queen. It's kind of hypocritical because the country which requires that oath is not upholding and recognizing those treaty rights. Number 45. The next three slides, yeah, there we go. The next three slides in order show the problems that occur when countries don't observe their promises or keep their promises about the treaty rights. And this is the confrontation of the summer of 1990 called Oka, which is 63 Mohawk men, women, and children were surrounded by the largest military force ever amassed by Canadian Armed Forces on this land, their own country. Over 3,000 Canadian soldiers surrounded 63 Mohawks who didn't want a golf course to be expanded on their burial grounds on their traditional land. Next. In 1995 at Kettle and Stony Point, Dudley George, an unarmed Chippewa protester, was shot to death by a Ontario provincial police officer as the Chippewa people were protesting a lack of return of lands that had been expropriated before the Second World War by the Canadian government. These things are now in the process of being remedied, but it shouldn't take half a century or more for the right thing to happen. And the next slide shows that even today, treaty rights that have been upheld by the Supreme Court of Canada, the lobster fishery on the East Coast, that mobs of non-Indigenous fishers attacked the Mi'kmaq and burned their boats and assaulted them and burned their lobster pound. And this is what happens when governments, don't practice what they preach, when they don't reinforce and implement the treaties that they begged for a couple of hundred years ago. 43. So we have to remember when we talk about this land that we now call Canada, that it was once occupied and cared for by Indigenous peoples. Everybody in Canada is a treaty holder now, non-Indigenous and Indigenous, and we all have obligations to one another and more importantly, to the earth that we all walk on, to the lands that we all walk on. And while there can be arguments in the courtroom about the treaty relationship, there should be no argument about the need to care for that earth, because without it, we do not live. And scientists tell us that if human beings disappeared tomorrow, that the planet would gradually start to heal itself. So last slide, number 50. So, it's up to us to remember that the earth that became, maybe it meant much of the earth became titled as bearing the name of countries or nations. That sometimes we forget with all our initiatives and our, and the things that we want to do, the buildings we want to build, the highways we want to travel, that the earth is still the foundation of all that, and how we treat it and how we treat each other on it, as has been unfortunately an unfortunate example in Canada, how the people who were originally here, how their relationship with the newcomers has been allowed to deteriorate. So has the relationship with our mother, the earth, been allowed to deteriorate. So I'm hoping that this has given you some food for thought, and I appreciate the opportunity to share it with you. Miigwech, Nyawa.
Maurice, thank you so much for this really important, walkthrough of history of the lands that we're all tuning in on. Well, I'm going to say most people are tuning in on. I know that we did have some people coming in from outside of this area here, but it's important that we're having this conversation, to really understand what's been happening over time, because it also feeds into our current roles and responsibilities. We're in a abrupt climate change right now, and it's, this is very much linked into what you've just shared with us, in terms of, the settlement that's taken place and And as a result of the process of that settlement, we're in difficult times right now with, the waters and the use of the land, and then of course how that affects the people on the land too.
How we treat one another as human beings, whether we live in Canada or whether we live in Ukraine or other parts of the world in the Middle East, how we treat each other says a lot about how we're going to treat our own mother, the earth.
Absolutely. So hopefully, it's important to know history so that when we think about moving forward, we're going to make hopefully different decisions, better decisions. And we think about our relationships with each other, that we're also thinking about our relations with the waters, with the land, with the animals, with all of the everything that's here together, that's providing us a really good life. We couldn't exist without the water, or all that provides that sustenance for us. So I want to thank you again for sharing with us today. And we're going to be taking a little break here, and we're going to be returning at 10:30. And we'll be here with some folks from Onigaming, which is a little further north than where Maurice is tuning in from. So we'll continue on with the wonderful sharing of today. And so for those of you who are watching, if you're also taking a break and staying on for our next talk, we'll be back. But if you're keeping the live stream feed open, you'll probably hear us chattering in the back as we prepare for our next speakers. So miigwech, Maurice, and we will be officially back at 10:30.
Miigwech, Jody. Have a good day.
Hi, Sandra. I see you're here. I thought I saw Kathy. Maybe she'll pop back in.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I saw Kathy, but now she's gone again.
I did see her pop into.
Okay. All right. I think Tisa's going to be introducing you.
Okay. And we haven't really discussed what we're going to be talking about, but I'll just follow the lead.
Oh yeah, it'll be great. Yeah, I'll have that video queued if you think.
I think that's important because that's what I want to talk about a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm not going to try go very long, but
okay,
that's what I'm going to talk about.
Okay, that sounds good. Do we want to start with that video or?
Yeah, I think we can.
Or I'll just, I'll just have it ready. Because you guys will introduce yourself. It's actually just you and Kathy talking.
Okay, so Doug is not feeling well?
Yeah, he's here listening.
Okay.
He's here
which
giving
is
us
rare.
support.
Just kidding.
He's here to support in the background.
I like teasing him.
Yeah.
Told you, should say.
I don't know what you just said, but
I don't either.
it sounded like you're a robot.
Oh, yeah, I'm just, oh, man. I'm not well.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh. I'm still taking medicines, traditional medicines, and
Mhm.
I'm at the bush. But interesting. And yeah, you for allowing me to listen. If you can hear me.
It's a little bit, well, I think we picked out the majority of what you said, but yeah, you just relax, take care of yourself, enjoy listening, taking it all in. And yeah, the ladies got this.
and if you and Kathy need anything, I can run them over to you. So just shoot me a text, and whatever you guys need, I'll bring it out to you guys out there and up where Kathy's at.
So if I need some traditional food, you can bring me KFC.
I'll have to go hunting.
Just kidding.
Sandra will get you a nice fish.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. So how are you guys?
Oh, well, we're good here. I'm good.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Just doing, we're just,
Okay.
yeah. Mhm. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. For those of you who have been tuning in with us this entire time since the beginning, we are going to be getting started very shortly with our next guests, our folks from Onigaming, and we're just going to give them a minute to come on here, and maybe while they're, I see Sandra's here with us. We're just waiting for Kathy. And while we're waiting, maybe what I'll do is I'm going to just share with you. Give me 1 second. I'm going to share my screen. So I just want to pull up on a map so people can kind of see where, when we say Onigaming, where people are actually tuning in from. So you can see here on this map, Ontario is very large. And oftentimes I think we forget that there are people that also reside in the northern parts of Ontario as well. So I'm sure when Sandra and Kathy get on, they're going to talk a little bit about Onigaming. It's I've had the privilege of going to visit several times. It's one of the most beautiful places I've ever visited. If you ever get the chance to travel up into Northern Ontario or Northwestern Ontario, it's absolutely beautiful. And as we're thinking about, our connection to land and the importance of land, if you live in a city, sometimes it's hard to really feel the beauty of the land and the forest and the waters. So if you get a chance, if you do live in a city, it's really amazing if you can get a chance to kind of get out of the city and just take in that beautiful energy that the forest and the trees and the water and everything, the sounds, everything has to offer for us. So I just wanted to share a little bit about Onigaming. Also, while we're just waiting for folks here, we do have on our website, the First Nations Métis Inuit Education Association of Ontario, so FNMIEAO, on that website, you will find a tab that says Public Resources. When you click on the tab that says Public Resources, you will see you can click on Elementary Resources. And the reason why I'm pointing this out is because Sandra, who's here, is actually in these resources, as well as Doug. Unfortunately, Doug's not going to be able to share with us today, but I wanted to just mention that if you wanted to hear more from Sandra, as you can see, I have a little bit of a lag on my computer. Anyway, there's a beautiful library of videos that you can't see here, but that's, you can go in there and see those videos, and maybe I'll try and pull it back up when I don't have the magical circle waving. Oh, here they come. They're coming up now. So these videos were taken in 2 communities up north. And here we go. Here's the videos from the Ojibways of Onigaming, which is where Doug, Kathy, and Sandra are from. And so I see Tisa's here. Maybe I'm going to turn it over to Tisa, if that's okay, because she's going to be introducing our guests today. Are you able to, Tisa, or I see you, but. I'm not sure what happened to Kathy. She was here and now she's not here. Well, maybe, okay. Maybe we'll get Tisa to come on in a little bit when she's able to. So for now, I'm going to turn it over to you, Sandra, since you're here with us.
Okay, thank you. Pujo, Manitou, Mr. Timindigo, Menway, Way, Ganeashi, Indigo, Yichigo, Qua Indigo, Awasastin, Dotan, Onigaming, Donji. And And with that, I introduced myself with the three names that I've received throughout my lifetime. And all these names that I have carried me, and they're all connected to the earth. And that's how important that connection to the earth is. So I think what I'll do is, while we're waiting for Kathy to come on and Tisa, we do have a video that we made earlier on in Onigaming. And in that video, it shows that the women that were there, we realized later that we're all connected. And this is the older part of Onigaming. Onigaming is, the word Onigaming means portage. So we live between two lakes, and we're lake people. And originally we lived around Lake of the Woods, and that's a big lake. And we lived in this older part of our community along the shoreline, which is called Shupshkong. And when we lived there, we had another community, our community split into two. And for whatever reason, we had some went another direction and ours came here to Onigaming. But we have that older settlement where we came from. And this is where we took the video at. There's a beautiful cliff there that we went to, and you can see the whole lake. And the reason why I think it's important to show this, because it shows our connection to the land, not only to the land, but also to the waters. And here you'll see that, if you take a look, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the trees while it's starting. And this is when we talk about connection. This is how connected we are. Everyone has that, because first of all, we're all earth people. And as the previous presenter said, there's like other people too, and that are connected to the land. So that's why I say we are all earth people. And so here we are. Sometimes, the earth calls us to be connected. And this is what happened here. And we just happened to catch it on video. And so these ladies here, the first one there that you see is myself in that turquoise dress. I'm there. That's me. And that's where my father lived. My parents lived, and my grandparents on this older land. So we were there. And then the next one there is Tisa's daughter. And Tisa her dad comes from Onigaming, and she comes from the Jack family. And then that's her daughter there next to me. And then the next person there is Kathy, Tisa's aunt. And then the next person is Shannon. And Shannon is part of the Shibigigit family. And the Shibigigit family belongs also to that older community. And so when we were looking for a place to do this video, we hadn't planned on it. And this is the place where I really believe that, like, Doug also was a big part of, that he suggested we come here. And I'm glad he suggested that. And it shows that connection to the land. And it's like the spirits that were there, whether it's, our past generations or the land itself, the rocks, the trees, and the waters called us back there, and we sang that song. And when you look at it, you can see how engaged the trees are. They dance at the beginning to the sound. And then where some of us are using rattles, and those rattles are a part of our, there's a story there about our identity. One of our legends that go with that, the rattle, the shishi one. And that's all a part of our identity. And that's what the earth does. It keeps us connected, and it's all about being connected, and then our identity as we, walk on this earth. So watch the video, and then we'll get back.
Storytelling has always been an important part of our being. Singing, drumming, and using our shishigu and rattle is one of the many ways we tell a story. It is through these stories we find a part of our identity and that knowing of belonging to the earth. The women here are singing to the land, the water, and the sky. The wind and the trees join in to dance in celebration of that connection. Will you be the next generation of honoring the sacred places of our ancestors? Our language is the earth language. It identifies where your spirit roams on this earth. The sound it makes is just as recognizable as that unique sound of that lake, that river, that stream, or that ocean you live by. It is through the heartbeat of the drum, the shaking of that rattle, and the sound of the songs that we sing that tells us a story.
You're on mute there, Sandra. I also see
Okay.
Kathy's joined us as well.
Okay, so I think I'll let Kathy maybe introduce herself.
Bonjour, zo Bnesi dego, evaman koto ken dego, gagashwashi ken dego, most dotem nimeteo. My name is Kathy Jack. I'm from Ojibwe's Onigaming. Do I share now or just introduce myself?
You can share now if you want.
All right. All I really have to share is the fact that we need to go back to our original teachings. And the reason being is that we came from the universe, and when Kijemanito put us down here, he gave us responsibilities. For women, he gave the responsibility of water, and for man, he gave the responsibility of looking after the woman, as well as the land, Aki, the earth. So we've forgotten the responsibilities that we have. We're natural water protectors, natural land protectors. That doesn't mean that we're activists. That was the responsibility Kijemanito gave us. And we have to take back our responsibility. We have to take care of the land, take care of the water, because those are important. We need those to live well and to live long. We need to take care of it. And I just wanted to add on to what Maurice had talked about, the treaties. We were the first ones on this land. And when the white man came to this land, we as Anishinaabe people, we have laws or principles, and ours are very simple. And when they came onto this land, we agreed to share the land with them. And in the process of sharing the land, we would care for the land together. And as a result of sharing the land and caring for the land together, we would become honest with each other. And as you all know, that honesty was broken. So the intent of the treaty was, we will share the land with you. We will care for the land together. And in this process, we will become honest with each other. And as a result, our nations will become stronger. So that was the intent of the treaty. And our people weren't stupid. When they signed the treaties, they had asked the leaders at the time, do you want gold coins, or do you want silver coins, or do you want copper coins? So our ancestors had told them that we'll take gold coins. For Treaty 3, that was like 5 gold coins for each member, 15 gold coins for the chief, and 10 gold coins for the counselor. But that was the first treaty that was broken. Instead of giving us gold coins, they gave us $1 per coin. So today, since the time the treaty was signed, we get $5 a year, whereas it should have been 5 gold coins per year. So that was the first treaty that was broken. So I just wanted to add that on. But for me, the message that I want to relay is that we need to go back to our original responsibilities that Creator put on us. We need to start taking care of the land. We need to start taking care of the water. Miigwech.
Thank you, Kathy. What I'll add to that is that, she talks about the universe, and that we had a way of doing things, and that's where we came from. And then here we are on the earth, which is something that today everybody's talking about Earth Day. But if you wake up every day and say to yourself, today is Earth Day, and that's how you're going to stay connected to the earth. That's one way, so you're more aware of it. And so the way, like, I'm a teacher by profession, and I teach grade 3 students. So I always show them the earth. And I tell them that, this is where we're connected, and the earth is a woman. And some of them call her Mother Earth, Ake. And also I show them where Turtle Island is, because part of that has to do with our creation story of who we are and part of our identity. And then I show them that, where we are. And I teach at Onigaming. And I am from Onigaming, so I show them there again on where we are. So it's just kind of like zooming in down to, and I use Google Earth when I do that. And it's also to show that each and every one of us, when we want to be connected to that earth again, we have to keep zooming down towards inside. And our answers are in here. And I encourage you to sit quietly with the earth, and then you'll start to hear her, because all of us, like I say, are earth people. Some of us, happen to be Anishinaabe or, different people there, and we are connected to that land. So I wanted to give you an example of, we talked about coming from Onigaming and being part of that older community, Shepshkong, and that's kind of like a timeline. We were part of Lake of the Woods, our history, and there's little pockets of families that lived around there. And then Onigaming they gathered there at Shepshkong, the people there gathered at Chepskong, and then some of them went to the, which is known as Big Grassy, our sister community. We still have relations there, but they're more connected to the land where they are now. And then we came here, we came from Chepskong here to Onigaming, and it's called Onigaming, meaning portage between two lakes, which is, we live by between Lake of the Woods and Crow Lake, they call it. And this is all the government names that they gave it, this Crow Lake. And but we called it, we have a different name for it. So when we came here, they first called it Sabskong because we came from Shupskong. And then so when the government gave it a name, they called it Sabskong, but really it was Onigaming. So the people picked up that word Onigaming again. And then so part of our history is uncovering those truths and untruths about us. So recently, when they asked the elders again to what is the original name here, and Jody and Mr. Ron Kelly made a video also about Onigaming and that identity about being which really means turtle, where the ravens nest. That's the community here, and it's Onigaming, it's called, and all that. I'm talking about this because all of us are on that road to being connected to the land and to the earth. And so if we sit quietly, we're going to feel that connection, and we'll hear different, we'll be more connected to there, and we'll get messages. And it does take, practice in doing that. So that was something that I wanted to share because, in that video, I talked about being connected to our language, being connected to the land, and giving you an example of how our community has changed because that too has part of our identity. And like Kathy said, everything is about, that's where we have to go back to those teachings that way. And that's going to be that connection, that strong connection that we all need. I don't know if Tisa has anything else to say.
Or if Kathy wanted to add on to Sandra, what you're just sharing.
Yeah, Kathy?
Okay, I just wanted to add on that because we were given the responsibility of taking care of the land and taking care of the water, we also must remember that Earth Day is not just April 22nd. For us, it's every day. How, Migach?
I see here that Tisa has joined us. Hi, welcome Tisa. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, bonjour, bonjour. Maje, Ogumaubi Kindinago Makwandodem. So my English given name is Tisa Fiddler, and I am from many places in northwestern Ontario. I consider Onigaming First Nation home, as well as Muskrat Dam First Nation, and my ancestors on my mom's side come from Kitchenameguzib and Inuag, and that is a community that I am registered to. My apologies, I was having some difficulty accessing technology and figuring it out, and I was able to switch over and get on to a different device. So really grateful for the opportunity to be here with Sandra and my Aunt Kathy and my Uncle Doug and all the other knowledge keepers and elders that are on this phone or on this call. Miigwech, Jody, for orchestrating this beautiful gathering of incredible people. You know, I'm a teacher in Thunder Bay, but I'm so much more a learner. Even though I have children that are young adults, and I am now at a point in my career where I am beginning to teach the children of students I've taught in the past. I am still a learner, very much a learner, very much a child. When I reflect on what my understanding is of the Anishinaabe ways and Anishinaabe beliefs and the practices and customs and ceremonies. And I am just so humbled to all the time, always, to get to listen to Sandra and, you know, my Aunt Kathy and everyone else that is on this call and other knowledge keepers and elders that are in our communities. When I reflect on the importance and significance of Earth Day, you know, I have to agree with my aunt that Earth Day is every day. That you know, our Mother Earth is without Mother Earth, that the human race wouldn't exist. And we are just showing so little respect to Mother Earth in so many ways, whether it be through the act of littering. You know, if children are playing in a schoolyard and or people are walking down the street and, you know, tossing garbage down, to, you know, industry, big companies dumping pollution into water, or, you know, other big companies that are maybe drilling holes into mountains. You know, there's so much damage that is being done to our Earth. And we know that our Earth is really hurting right now. And we know that the Earth is hurting because of the things that are happening. You know, the different weather that is happening all throughout Turtle Island. And we can see that weather events are catastrophic, devastating weather events are happening all around the world. And, you know, I've heard people talk about, you know, some possible explanations for that. And that is, you know, our Earth is really stressed. There's a lot of stress and a lot of hurt being caused to her. And, you know, all people, children's, you know, families, the adults that are in our communities, our elders, whether you are, you know, a big company, whether you are, you know, a private business person, we all have such a big responsibility to work really, really hard to try and help our Earth get better. And so that, you know, more damage does not, you know, happen. More hurt isn't caused on people through wildfires or flooding or, you know, earthquakes. There, you know, when we think of all of those events that are happening around the world, you know, just in British Columbia, all within a matter of months, there were wildfires, and then there was massive flooding and mudslides. And listening to scientists talk, explaining why some of that devastation happened. You know, the Indigenous people from that area, the First Nations people in that area, they predicted 100 years ago the damage that the devastation that would happen, because that area used to be a lake. And in order to create rich farmland, white settlers, rerouted the lake and built all sorts of levees and dams along the river that fed into that lake. And they turned that area into a river as well. And so when there was big rain, you know, rain events like had never been seen before in our history, those levees and dams didn't work anymore. and that area of land turned into a lake again. And, it is, listening to some of the First Nations people that are in that area talking about how Mother Earth is taking back what was hers, was reclaiming and repairing, healing the damage that was done to her. And it's, really, really sad that so many people are hurt in this process, and people that never intended to hurt the land. They didn't realize, because this had happened, over 100 years ago. That work of changing the way the land looked started over 100 years ago, with the logging as well, the clear cutting of the hillsides, with the mudslides that are happening there. So, that is just one small example of the way the earth is in pain. And, understanding through the teachings of many people, including Sandra and, and Kathy, Iqawa, that I have tremendous respect for, and they are my teachers, that this is our earth language. This is the way that the earth is talking to us and telling us that we need to be different, and we need to be more respectful, and we need to be humble about how we live and work on this land.
Tisa, that's so beautiful and so important what you're sharing with everyone today. I'm wondering, because we couldn't get Doug, he's not available, but he is available over video. We have a video, and I think if it's okay with everyone, I'm going to share that video. If you recall, I had showed you, I was attempting to show everyone on our website the resources that we had created, and I'm going to go back to those. And in this bank of videos on our website, so just as a refresher, on our FNMIEAO.com, under the public resources tab, the elementary resources, I'm just going to pop this one up here so that at least you can see Doug in this format anyway. And we'll just play this video and then we'll go back to Sandra.
Ceremonies to me is something that's been a part of us since we were born. It's that name that you carry, like my name, Umashkuzos. It's not just a name. It's something that connection with that spirit world. It's an instant connection. They know who's giving them tobacco. They know who that is. It's like, hi, I'm Doug Sinclair, I'm giving you tobacco. They don't know that name, but they know who I am. I'm giving you tobacco. And that ceremony is huge. Like, it's a part of us. It's a part of your heart. It's a part of your spirit. It's a part of your mind. It's a part of everything. Everything around you is ceremony. When we go fasting, when we go to sweats, we do the drum ceremonies, we do the big drum ceremonies, we go to healing ceremonies. Like everything, we're connected to everything. We're connected to these trees, we're connected to the water, we're connected to everything. And that ceremony is almost like giving thanks every time we go through something. And even having dreams, we give thanks for those, because a lot of people don't have those. We give thanks for those, for giving us those things. And even those ones that are coming, that have left, and they'll come and they'll visit with us. We give thanks to them. And that ceremony, maybe we'll have a feasting ceremony because they came from the spirit world to come and see us. And then we give them thanks and we'll feast them, because what we do. We feast the ones that have gone on. That's our job now, because there is no goodbye. It's just continuous. And being part of that land that's you. That's a part of you. That's a part of you. That water, that tree, those little rocks, those little grandfathers. Everything is, and you give thanks for all that. You have to give thanks for everything that we get out there. Our way of life is very simple. We get up in the morning just like everybody else. Well, maybe not like everybody else, but we get up, we pray. Maybe we can sing if we can sing. Maybe we'll sing a song, but we always give thanks for that day.
So Sandra, if you want to come back on and share a little bit.
Sure. What I wanted to also share was that, you know how this is a beautiful video that we've seen that just explains everything about our connection. And it starts from like we said, from the spirit world, the star world, and comes down to here to ourselves. And then even further to that, we are still connected in here. And this is where, because of today's society and everything out there, like everything is about social media, technology. And so it creates a little bit of that, you know, I shouldn't say a little bit, it creates a disconnection there. So we have to be mindful of how much time we spend on these, you know, on technology, because it does create that disconnection. And so we need to focus on, you know, creating that connection for us. And this is something that I remind even my grade 3 students that we need to take a break from it every once in a while so that we can reconnect. And, you know, earlier on in my younger years, I used to enjoy running, and it just did something with being connected, like with the earth, where I'd go when I would go running and jogging, and then I would just be like in tune with it. And that was my way of connecting earlier on, because I wasn't really connected in these the way I am connected now, having more knowledge and ceremony, you know, having experienced those now. So when I was a runner, the first thing I did was we would go, me and my partner, him and I would go to, and he was an activist. He really did a lot of things around, you know, shutting down the mines and helping people like that, and protecting the forestry and the rights of the Anishinaabe people. So those are things, and I hung around with him. That's all I said, is I hung around with him. And so for me, I didn't have any knowledge of those things as much as he was into it. And then so I would follow him, and then we would go together, and I would jog, I would run, and then I would hear about, oh, there's the sacred run they're having. So I would go, and I didn't really know what it was about. And it was about prayer. We would gather, all the runners would gather there, and it would be a setting where they were gathering to educate people and about mining or whatever it is. They were all coming together to protect the earth. And so what I would do, I'd say, okay, I'm really into running, so I'm going to go to that. And then we would gather, and they would put tobacco in our hands and ask us to pray for what it is that we wanted to, whether it was for that water or to shut down that mine, and you know, then that's how I got started, being connected more to, that was the beginning of it. And in that process, I became more involved. So back in 2000, we did probably the first walk, or I shouldn't say probably, the first walk of around Lake Superior. And that was done all to bring attention to the water, because we wanted people to gather around it, because that's one of the biggest, freshwater lakes that we can still, that we wanted to keep pristine. And so that's why we gathered in 2000, and we did it through, not because it just popped in our head, but it was part of a process of where I became, involved in running. And then from there, the women from Wisconsin, and I wanted to mention that there are no borders to, and in our way of thinking, because the land is one, and we can't divide our mother in half. And this is what these borders do. And so here we are in Wisconsin, and then the grandmothers took me in, and then they said, "Well, you're gonna help us walk." And these are ladies who, for me, back then, in the 90s, were already doing water walks with their copper pails. And so we would be walking with the water, and I would be helping them. And so they taught me along the way. When we would gather, we were asked to bring our own water from where we were. And so that's what I would do. I would bring water from Onigaming, and then my partner would bring his water from, or I would get it for him from Manitou. And then we'd gather there. And then when we gathered there, it was a representation of all the waters gathering from all directions. And we'd put it into that copper pot. And then we'd carry that kettle towards the mine as far as we could go. And I remember the last time I walked with these ladies, they did finally shut down that mine in Wisconsin. And that was such a big celebration. And so from there, Doug also talked about those dreams, and dreaming is very important to our people. We started to have dreams that we needed to walk around Lake Superior. And this was something that, one of the activists, his name is Walter Brissett from Red Cliff. And we say, and his name is Makuntz. And I'm going to say Makuntzban because he's no longer here on this earth. And that shows respect that, we still acknowledge his name. And he was the one who had this vision that he wanted to create a community around Lake Superior of people around there to take care of that lake, because he really believed in that there was no borders. And so we started, and he had passed away previous to then. And then we started having dreams. And then so when we took it to one of our ceremonies, they told us that we needed to walk around Lake Superior. And so that's what we did. And Al Hunter and I, we went to our friends in Wisconsin and Minnesota and let them know about the dreams. And then people came together, and that's what we did. We walked around Lake Superior. And this walk was a very unique, special ceremonial walk, because we put tobacco in every single stream that we walked around. When we walked around the lake, we stopped at every stream and every river, every lake, and when we offered that tobacco, and we did it and we were connected to the sun. We did it from sunrise to sunset. And so if you were to imagine all these little pockets of tobacco, and you see it, and you can see them around Lake Superior, that would be us. And that's what the spirits see, all those little, offerings of tobacco we did along the way. And little did we know back then that it was opening a door to all the water walkers coming. And so it gives me goosebumps to think about that. And the people that originally walked around that lake haven't really spoken about it, but I've asked for permission if I could start sharing a little bit of it. So, and that's what I do now. I share a little bit of that. And so I wanted to mention that because, everybody has their role to play to connect it on this earth, whether it's, having that position as a teacher, having that position of any other professions out there. Everybody has that responsibility if you're thinking that way. And also if you're thinking on, without the Western thinking, you also have those roles to play, those roles in our lifetime, like as a child, learning to respect those the waters and And then those teachings around the water to the young girls. All those are different roles and responsibilities we have, whether we're living a traditional life or contemporary life or both. And we need to have that balance. And that's what that earth does. It balances us off with, the way we live in our contemporary lives. And it's always about going back in here. It goes from out there to coming in here to our heart. And our language is going to be the key to help us, whatever language you speak. It's, for us Anishinaabe, and we speak Anishinaabe, and our answers are in there. Some of us think we're disconnected and we can't learn the language. But our ancestors, it's already connected through our genes, just the way we think and do things. That's how we're wired from that original language. And so that's what the earth's purpose is, to help us stay connected to all that. So, Miigwech.
Oh, so beautiful, Sandra. Thank you so much for sharing. As we are wrapping up here, I just wanted to ask if Kathy wanted to share anything further. Any closing words?
No, I don't have any closing words.
Okay. Tisa, did you have anything else you wanted to say before we end this part of our talk?
Oh, I just want to say miigwech to everybody for joining us this morning, to our elders and knowledge keepers, to Kathy and Sandra and Doug for this beautiful and very informative session. And and just remember, every day is Earth Day, that we shouldn't be celebrating Earth Day on one day of the year and honoring Earth just for one day of the year. Miigwech.
Thank you so much, everyone, for listening to our ongoing sharing for the day. We're going to be taking a break, and then we'll be returning with Annie and Robert. And so we will be back at 11:30. So if you're staying, enjoy your time for a break, and we'll see you back at 11:30.
Hello, Jody? Jody? Are
Hi,
you
I'm
on?
here. I'm here, just quickly grabbing a bite.
Yeah, okay. Did they open the prayer already?
Yes, we started today off with the lighting of the Qulliq.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and there's going to be a closing?
Yep, Monica's gonna also close it after she speaks at the end of the day.
Okay, Monica, okay. So we don't have to do it, eh?
Nope,
Okay.
but hang on, I'm just coming on here.
Yeah. Okay, you don't see us, but that's okay.
Yeah, I can see you.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, I can.
I did go to my appointment, by the way.
Okay. Oh, I hope everything went well. So we are live, just so you know.
Okay.
We'll just give it a couple of minutes before we get started, because so that people know, just in case they are tuning in right at 10:30, or sorry, 11:30.
People are watching.
Yep. So this is live streamed over onto our YouTube channel. So everybody is there, seeing what we're talking about here.
Good.
Power of technology. So we'll just, for those who are listening or watching as well, we're going to get started in just a couple minutes. So we'll give folks a chance to tune in, because we did say we would start at 11:30. So we'll just give it another minute. And then, yeah. Just also, interestingly, my computer is 2 minutes off of my phone. So maybe it is 11:30. I don't know. My phone's saying it's 11:30. My computer just says it's not, but maybe we'll go with my phone. And I'm going to just welcome everyone back, for those who have been tuning in since this morning, or for those who are just coming in now, welcome. We're really excited to have our special guests here to share about the importance of Earth Day. And of course, Earth Day, although it's recognized today, it's an important day every day. And so I'm going to turn it over now to Annie, and her and along with Robert will be sharing for about half an hour, and then we'll be breaking for lunch. So Annie, over to you.
Quickly. Annie Smith-St.Georges, Kanyen'kehaka, Nadikas, Kicknosway, und Chippewa, Makododam. Nigijigjamin weda bob makakina, abinoji shak, nagom, usunjima, bijashik, Anishinaabek, Algonquin. Today, as we start off the session, Earth Day, Jojo Eki, Earth Day. Today is a special day that we're talking about this Earth Day. But in our ways, in our culture, and what we do is Earth Day is every day. We must be conscious of what's happening around us all the time. And so I'm an Algonquin woman, status. I was born and raised in Kicknosway, and it's about an hour from Ottawa, north of Ottawa, on the Quebec side that borders Ontario. My ancestors, my great-grandmothers, great-great-grandmothers lived in the Ittursardjuat area, which I'm on now. And they also lived in Ottawa and Ontario area, especially the Ottawa area, Ottawa. And so this is where the original family, my ancestors, lived. just to give you a bit of history of who we are, of who I am. And Roberto will introduce himself quickly, and then we'll move forward in what I lived, what we lived, both Roberto and I, and what I lived growing up as a child, and what we lived together at a young age when we got married and met each other, and what we lived culturally.
Yeah, I'm Robert St. George, and I'm part French, part Welsh, part natives, and so on. So I'm a mixture of many things. I've been married to Annie for 50 years, and so we almost grew up together because we got married young. You know, we were 19, 20, and it's been that long. And of course, I've lived most of my life with Annie and her fathers and Uncle William Commanda, her uncle, and her little cousin at the same time. And we've been talking and receiving a lot of teachings from elders from around the country. And we've been elders for many organizations and so on. So we'll start with this.
As move forward, I was asked to talk about my childhood. As a child, like your age group, the little ones that we're addressing today, I was brought into the forest a lot with my father to do hunting and trapping. And my dad taught us to respect. In our culture, respect is one of the biggest teachings that we must take care of, especially when we talk about Mother Earth. And we'd go down, we'd be going trapping, and my dad would really like to see, what he didn't like to see really was when people started to throw the garbage away. And he used to pick up everything in the woods. And he'd say, why are they doing that? Why are they ruining the earth? That's our mother. That's where we feed from. That's where we get our medicines. We feed from Mother Earth. We drink the waters. We live off Mother Earth. We need the trees. We need all of what nature has to offer us. Without that, he would tell us, we wouldn't survive. With no water, we won't survive. So we had to be very careful of what we did when we went in the forest. We couldn't break anything. We couldn't touch anything. So when we'd go into a place down into a trap line area, we'd be walking down the walkway. There's always animals have their trails. Okay, the animals make naturally their trails. And my dad knew the trail of a beaver, knew a trail of different types of animals. And he'd go and set traps to trap them because we fed from those beavers. We ate the beavers. And so we'd go and do a beaver trap, for instance, and he'd set the trap, and then he would clean up everything as he moved outward. We'd clean up everything as if we never even passed there. That's how I was taught to take care of Mother Earth, that no humankind has been there, and he would place nature as it was. And this is a very important teaching because we did not leave our junk. We did not leave our bags and our whatever we had for lunch. We'd put it all in a bag and carry it back home. And
in the olden days, when they were traveling in the forest because they were nomadic people. They they used to bring their food in in a cylinder of birch bark, and they would bury them along the trail so that when they pass by, they always have food on their way. And they had some food that were able to last for many months as well. So they didn't really have to carry a lot of luggage because they had at different places on their trails. They had the places to look for their food. So that's when they were traveling from long distance. But for short distance like trapping, then you bring your own things same time. But, one thing that Annie mentioned a while ago is the importance of Mother Earth. And if you can visualize who you are, where you come from, see like your mother and your father, they made you. And just a small little thing, but everything in you is from Mother Earth. Because your mother eats food and it feeds you. So everything that you are comes from Mother Earth. All the cells that you have in your system, all the water, all the blood, all the mechanisms that you have, it all comes from what your mother intakes as food, as beverage, and as anything from Mother Earth, medicines and everything. So when we say we come from Mother Earth, we literally come from Mother Earth, through our mother. But all the ingredients that builds you up is from Mother Earth. So that's why we call all the animals, all the trees, all the rocks, all of these elements in the water and so on is our relations. That's why we say all our relations, because we are related. Our bloodline is related to Mother Nature. This way.
So if we go along that line, okay, of our way of thinking, is as we come into the world, our mother takes care of us. And she feeds us, she nourishes us. And then she takes care and she loves us. And then she builds on the confidence side of us and the respect. She shows us how to respect ourselves. And these teachings are very important in anything that we will do, anything that you will do. Now, if we don't love ourselves, how are we going to love the earth? How are we going to love Mother Earth? We're going to throw our things on the ground. Is that caring for Mother Earth? For instance, if you have a bag of chips of today, are you going to chuck it on the grass and things like that? No. If you care for Mother Earth, you pick up and put it and bring it home. You see? And if you love Mother Earth, you will do all the things, like for instance, you wouldn't leave cans out, mirrors, like reflection, shiny reflecting glass in the forest or anywhere, because you know that the sun will reflect and could cause a fire. So this is destruction of the earth as well. So what we do is we take everything. And that's why my dad took the bottles back in the day and picked them up, and he would bring them. He always go traveling with a sack. And also today we'll have to wear masks. I want to make you cautious. Do not throw your mask on the ground, because the little birds, they don't know the difference. And a lot of our animals today, as we speak, the moose, the deer, the wolves, all the lynx, the cat life are sick with COVID. And so if all the four-leggeds are sick, then we're going to be in trouble. Okay? It's because the people are just throwing things away, garbage away on the ground. And so what we must be careful, we have to care and love what we do. And so what you do is you never go, I say never today, pick up with your hands. What you would do in our culture is always we picked up with a stick or something, never bare hands. And we pick it up and put it in a garbage or in whatever we were carrying so that we bring home, so that we don't get contaminated for anything, and we dispose of it in a good way. And so teachings, and then to be able to respect Mother Earth, that's a big word, respect. But if you don't respect Mother Earth today, as you little ones, for your children and then the future, if you don't respect Mother Earth today, you will not be able to if you don't respect the earth, then therefore you're not respecting your mother. You have to respect your mother who gave birth to you. You have to respect your grandmother too, and your mothers, and all the women. Okay? And when you respect your mother, then you are going to respect Mother Earth. And today we have to bring that respect back, because it all goes in one teaching. It all goes in the teaching of respect. And if you see an animal now, a little animal, like a bird, if you see a bird, or if you see squirrels, squirrels are fun to look at. Squirrels are mischievous, they're funny, they're nice, they're beautiful. Don't touch them. They're wild animals. Don't feed them, and the birds don't feed, because my dad was always against bird feed, because when man gives food to the animals and all of that, then they get sick, because our food, it has pesticide in it, and if you feed the birds and you feed the little animals, they wouldn't know what to do. They'll depend on you. So therefore, they will lose the capacity to find out their own food in the woods, you see? And if you see a little frog, spring is coming, little frogs. And I know that children, I was a child, and I love frogs. And the frogs, I was told not to pick them up, because just to admire them. Because sometimes frogs, we tend to, and sometimes, you could get mischievous, but do not destroy the frogs. Every living animal, birds, animals, the four-leggeds, every one of those, every element, right up to the cleaners, to the fish, to the cleaners, to the snakes that people don't like, to the crawlers. Every insect is very important in Mother World and has its own part in the Mother World, in the earth. What the snake does, it cleans, it shakes the earth up. And all its little insects has its own duty. They have their own role. And if you stop and you look at a pile of ants outside, busy, you're thinking they're going all over the place and they're not going wherever they're getting lost. No, they know where they're going. And they communicate. Animal, insects world, bird world, little animals, bigger animals communicate among themselves. They have their own language.
And if you're in the forest, taking a walk and so on, if you see an animal, let's say a bear or a wolf or something, well, that animal spotted you 3 kilometers before you see them. So if you see something, they already know that you're there. You don't have to just be careful all the time. Always be prepared. Learn about how to deal with a wild animal. We're not gonna give you a course on this one right now, but don't make sure that you know what to do when you meet an animal, what not to do. That's one thing that a research you could make.
I lived with a bear on trapping. Now this is my bear story everybody loves. Okay. When we were going trapping one day late, just about this time of year, and all of a sudden we're going down the river, and a big bear came. Now I want you to know I can't ask you questions here because it's on YouTube, but I want you to know that a bear swims as fast, climbs a tree. Don't dare an animal climb the tree fast, and it does a lot of things very quickly. It runs fast. Do not go near a bear. Trying to avoid bears. But we went, and Dad had to take down the mama bear, but he didn't know it was a mama bear because that bear was either us or the bear. So he decided to take the bear. He had no choice in the matter. But we went down and we came back the stream. He of course, Dad we use everything in an animal. Never left the bear. He took the mama bear, turned her around. He said, oh no, here goes a mama bear. Oh, he felt so bad. He says, where are those babies? They were up on a tree. 2 little bear cubs. They were about that big. Just very little fluffs. Okay, just little bear cubs, so tiny. They were maybe about not even a month old. Anyways, they were so lovely. So my dad says, okay, we'll cut the tree down. Cut the tree down, you guys, and I will grab the 2 little bears, and we brought them home. Now, the 2 little bears, they were so wild, they were so funny. We had to feed them by milk. Mom made milk, but she also had a special formula to feed them because they need grease, they need more fat in their milk. And so she had to prepare a special formula for them. And finally, my parents, my mom had beautiful curtains, but they got so wild, they were rolling all over the place, all over, like kids, like you guys, they roll, they have fun, and they climb up the curtains and down it went. And they made nice fringes like what I'm wearing today. But all the curtains were all fringed, okay? But they were having a jolly old time. But my mom was kind of frustrated with that. And so she put the boy bear out and the girl bear on the inside. She didn't think nobody would take it. Somebody stole the male bear. We looked all over and we couldn't find it. She was very sad about that. But we kept the female bear was named, we named her Cocons. Now Cocons, bears hibernate all winter. And we observed the bear. We had a little hole, tiny hole. And in that tiny little hole, we tried to feed her during the winter time. No way. We tried to give her things, and we studied her while in her hibernation, you see. And then we closed the hole back up so that she won't get cold. And we kept the bear for 9 years. And I think a bear goes up to 9 to 10 years of life. At the end, we'd have to tie her up because she was so friendly and she'd go into any house. She was tamed now. You see, she got used of humans. So at the end of her life, she was 400 to 500 pounds. And height, for a bear's height, would be really tall. But she always thought she was a little bear. She always thought she was a baby. And we kept her. And it was so beautiful. to know a characteristic of a bear, because a bear, it's unpredictable. One moment, a bear is happy. We don't know why he's happy, but he's happy. The second moment, within a fraction of maybe 5 minutes, the bear is angry all of a sudden. And you notice the bear when the bear is angry, their nose comes pointy and their eyes kind of go cross-eyed. And I always wondered if they were not normal somehow. But we knew our bear, okay? And I had an opportunity to live with bears. I had an opportunity to have pet groundhogs. I had an opportunity to have ducks, to have chickens, to have all the raccoons, beaver. I had a little beaver. And when I met her bear, what impressed him is
he gave me a little, about a month or 2 months old raccoon. But didn't survive.
No, because he got struck. Yeah.
Very interesting to have.
And he used to go on the bear and try to clean everything and play with her. And,
yeah, these little fingers, they always wash all their food and everything.
You know, and so in nature, like there was no wild shelters back in the day. So my mom had a gift of healing animals. She had a special gift of healing animals. And I was so poor, yet I didn't have much toys. And my dad was not rich. But we ate well. We ate very, very natural foods. And Mom knew how to grow a garden. We never lacked food, but I liked a lot of other things. But it didn't matter because we had our own animals and we had fun with them. And so what Mama did is that when Dad would bring an injured animal home, Mom would take care of him. Even my mother took care of a bobcat, a lynx. How would somebody take care of such a vicious animal? But she knew how to do it. We were not allowed to go near the lynx. We were not allowed to go near the animals that she would eventually release. But we had otters, because I lived near a lake. If you ever go to Maniwaki and Kudganzibi, the first lake, on the side of the road, that's where I lived. And so my dad would make a cage and we'd have an otters even there injured and she'd take care of them. And otters are fun to look at, but they're very vicious. You don't touch them. But you could throw a big beach ball, and automatically they will bounce the ball normally. My bear never sat up, never drank like a bear should drink. We always have to give our bear a glass of water so he could drink like this. Was trained. But you see, the beauty of this is that I had a lot of lovely animals and we had fun, Bob? And what caught for Bear's eye, and this is maybe, I may not have maybe coming up time, but what caught for Bear's eye with me.
Oh, I was going.
Yeah, you have to say that one, Bear.
The first time I saw Annie, even before we went out together, before I knew her, I saw this girl walking on the street in the winter. She had a big maxi coat with fox fur in the bottom. She had a fox hair hat made out of fox skin and fur, and she had a muff. You know, those with your hands in the.
Because I never wore gloves.
And she had on the lead. She had a real fox live.
Live, a baby fox
on the sidewalk in the street in Milwaukee.
Now that was my lifestyle, you see, not going with a dog or a cat or anything. Yeah, I carried my fox because that was my pet. But you see, a fox at a certain age, I got him little when I met him, but a fox is not tameable at all. Once they're wise, very seldom. They're wise. They're not like wolves. Wolves you could tame because you could mix them with a dog, and they become huskies. They could mix together. But with what's happening there now, this is the wildlife that I lived, and I always say that is the most beautiful thing I ever lived in our life. Right? Daddy hunting with us, bringing us out, even Robert, because we married very young.
Yeah.
We grew up together, you could say. And we
Yeah, we did
lived all
travel.
of that beauty in the nature. And today, don't just think of your computers. Don't just think of your cells. Get out there and admire the beauty of the birds. Admire the beauty of the animals. Admire the beauty of Mother Earth.
Learn about how they live, how they treat each other, how they survive in the harsh conditions, and so on.
Yeah.
You know, and do some research. There's even the small microscopic ones like the tardigrade. They're very, like they call it the gummy bear, but they're very small. You can't see them with a naked eye. But they have eight pairs of legs, eight legs, and they're very small, just tardigrades. If you look into that, they're so wonderful. I mean, they can live down 20,000 feet in the ocean, down close to they call it the fumarole, the volcanoes. It's like a very hot temperature, like over 100 degrees temperature. And then they can also live he brought some in a spaceship, and they could live about half an hour outside at minus 270 degrees, which is the zero absolute almost. And they survive. They can freeze them, they crystallize their body for years under the ice, and then wake up 20 years later and just live as it was yesterday.
And they are cleaners.
And they're cleaners, and they're probably they're all over the place. You know, if you go on this, if you have
a little project, go in there.
If you have a little project, you go where there's
moss
on the trees or even on the sidewalk. You grab those and then bring it in a little container and look in that with a magnifying glasses. You need a 40 times lens to enlarge the.
And it's a bear.
And you look at it, you will see it.
You'll
and you can
it.
raise them.
Actually. And you could keep them and raise them.
It's
That's the beauty of to see them, you know, and you could see them live. And these little microscopic.
They
have a role. They are cleaners.
Yeah.
So the tiniest, and even observe an ant. Ants are beautiful.
A worm.
Worms. All of those.
All these things.
All is very important.
They are so busy preparing the earth for
us.
For us, because they eat the leaves, they eat all kinds of things, and it sort of helps the soil to become rich, so that you can grow trees and flowers and whatnot.
And plants and our foods that we eat.
And our medicine, everything. So they're so busy in the spring and in
the fall.
Cleaning up and refurbishing the earth for us so that we could survive. So everything comes from Mother Earth. Everything. Even the airplanes, the metal, it's all from Mother Earth.
And I'll leave a message to all of you, the little ones, okay? If you have a dream there now, what we will need in the future is to know what do we learn from Mother Earth. So we don't have to go to Mars. There's nothing there. But if one of you want to be scientists, there's room there for you. There's room to study all these elements that we have on Earth.
And how to preserve
it. If somebody wants to go into forest, why our animals are sick today is because they cut all the wood. and they have no comb. It's like a bear, no problem. A bear, I'll tell you, a bear, no problem. They'll scratch themselves on a piece of wood. You see the tree going like this. And in the front, in the back, under their arms, they go anywhere. They're very agile.
And if they have ticks, they can
They can
clean them.
remove the ticks and
Yeah.
the lice from them.
But the moose,
But the moose and the deer, they need bush.
yeah, because then they can't rub.
They
just-
can't rub.
just
They
go in
they go in the
bushes,
bushes
and
and
the branches when
and the
they-
branches use like a comb,
Yeah.
like when you comb your hair.
But if they cut all the trees,
There's no
then
place.
the tick will get stays on.
And now
you
they're
should
sick.
And you should see those big, huge
Sores.
big sores like, and sometimes they die from it, huh? More and more.
Mhm.
So it's important to refurbish the forest when you cut trees, and you know, make a point to tell people around you that when you cut a pine, well, you don't go and plant a poplar, you plant another pine. If you cut a maple, plant a maple there, another. And if you know, look at the gardens. The gardens, people, it's very nice, a Japanese garden.
It's
But
very nice.
it has
yeah.
no business
There
here.
are other
It's not indigenous plants. These plants that come from other countries are affecting our own things. You know, you see even the fish that never throw away a fish like those little red fish that you have in the aquarium. Don't never let them loose in a creek or whatever.
No,
As a matter of fact, they have no business being there anyway.
no.
Being here.
So we got to keep
Nothing
our
here.
nature as is per area where we are.
Yeah.
So that there is no invading areas. So if you want to go in biology, if dream to go into your education, they want you there because there's going to be a need for environmental people. There's going to be a need for the forest people. There's going to be a need for a lot of other things. And if anyone knows, we are taught we are very scientific in our world and in the way we think traditionally. Okay. Maybe not the way it's taught in schools, but I was brought up that when you look at an animal, and we used to cut up an animal to eat, we'd always look at everything. We dissect everything in an animal to be able to see if
What
that
they eat,
animal,
what did they eat,
what did they eat? Did they eat the proper food? And if they're sick? And we did all that.
We didn't waste anything.
We didn't waste because the clothing, we made clothing with the skin of a deer, a moose. We use the fur, the shells we wear, you know, the bird life like this. This is an eagle feather. We use it for our medicines or for ceremonies, everything we use. And when my father would go, even the insides of an animal, we take it and we reuse it
To put in the trap line.
to put in the traps or as to be able, because don't forget, we were poor. So, but we had to hunt, but Dad wanted to hunt because that was the best food to eat. Today, our animals are not well. So we got to be careful, you know, today, but we got to look at this because it's for your generation. It's for the generations where I'm talking for your grandkids, your great grandkids, and so forth. And not only here, but all over the world. Key.
And how to we have to, people have to change their mentality too when they do vacation and on a lake, or it's better to go on, if you want to go on the lake, go in a canoe or in a boat with no motor or electric motor. There's just oils and gas that goes in the water and it destroys the fish. And if you fish If you go for fish, don't go just for sports.
No.
If you want to catch a fish, you eat the fish. Okay? You don't waste it. You don't put it back in the water when they're too small. Like the catch and release is good in a way when for bigger fish, but the smaller the fish, because of the hook, it injures them, and when you put them back in the lake, they become a prey for the other fish.
We'll leave you with that thought,
Okay.
with the beauty of
Mhm.
Mother Earth and on all our relations.
Mhm.
And I had a beautiful experience in living with that. And so I thank you all
Mhm.
who's listening out there. And yes, you have dreams. If you have dreams, there is no age.
Follow your heart and your passion. If you work in your passion, you'll be happy all your life.
And also, there is no age to start. Miigwech.
Hey, Miigwech.
Uh-huh.
Oh, thank you so much, Annie and Robert, for sharing with us today your beautiful words and your amazing story of living with a bear and the beautiful relatives that we have, all of the animals that are here to take care of us. And so we need to take care of them in return. So I thank everyone who's been tuning in today and listening to everything that's been shared so far. And we're going to break for lunch. We will be back on at 1 o'clock to listen to Elaine. So we'll be taking that break now. And so thank you, Annie and Robert.
Very honored to be with you today,
Thank
to
you.
share a part of us.
And have a great day, everybody.
Have a great day. Miigwech. Majashin.
Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board. I'm NBA All-Star entertainer Qulliq, and after being hired by 4,000 schools, I'm so excited to finally be able to bring your school board a customized character development package where your students can learn about the character traits, values, and attributes mandated by your board. This program works well inside of a classroom or a gymnasium, guaranteed to engage students from grade 1 through grade 8. I mean, who says character education can't be fun? A great way for your students to get their daily physical activity while learning all about the character values specified by your board. Each lesson also includes an on-screen follow-up quiz just to ensure your students really picked up on the highlighted attribute. Individual schools can register now for $449, but if your school board wanted to purchase a district license to get everybody involved, we can offer that to you at the discounted rate of only $299 per school. The QMAT Virtual Learning Pack, making distance learning up close and personal.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to those who may be with us since the beginning of today's session. For those of you who might just be tuning in for this afternoon, welcome. We are so excited to be here with you all, sharing some really important information around the importance of Earth Day and all of our collective roles and responsibilities that we have while we live here on these lands and waters. So our next guest that will be sharing with us today is Elaine Kicknosway. And I'm just going to get her presentation prepared. So give me one moment here while I get things prepared and turn it over to Elaine.
So, Biju, Ani Tansi Kwikewache Sego. Elaine Dishnakas. My name is Elaine. Maingan Dodom and Wolf Clan. And a lot of the responsibilities of the Wolf Clan are to work directly with the clan systems. And the reality is sometimes we've lost or we don't know, or it hasn't been passed down. So that's that conversation of who do we work well with? And a lot of times I work with a lot of Bear Clan Nation. I work with a lot of Loon Clan. My husband's Loon, so that's that communal conversation about leadership. We're also ones that can travel in a pack or go independent. And that's that larger conversation about where you sit. Where do you sit? Pelican Narrows, I come from Pelican, or a smaller community in northern Saskatchewan as Denair Beach or Denair, or Amisk Lake, Beaver Lake. And we're known as the people of the rock. We're Swampy Cree over there. And I have relations on the Buffalo Narrows side through my father. So when we're talking about different territories or the names or what's in a name, who's there? Who will you see? Whose territory or who's always been there? And that's that conversation of the circular conversation about where have we been? You know, sometimes we have to go back. We have to go back. So I understand I was born in a very small territory, what they call a small territory, but to me it was a huge territory through the eyes of a child. And my responsibility from when I was little was to be taken care of related to the earth, taken care of to be fed, just like when the water streams, taken care of to be loved and have a good foundation. And my siblings did do that, they did. But because of these different perspectives of where we were at when we were children, when we have that larger conversation within the Indigenous community, Inuit community, Métis community, a lot of times we remind each other where we were at when we were kids. And for me, I'm a 60 scoop survivor. And there's different places of childhood that we've survived. Today, our children are still within the foster care system. Today, our children are still sometimes feeling a disconnect. So sometimes we have to go back. Where were we? Where were we intergenerationally? Where were we interloping? That place of disconnect. And how do we reunite, or how do we reintroduce ourselves even to the earth, the water, the sky life, the air, you know? And every day there's a conversation. I'm gonna get up. What's gonna happen? And that place of community, self and community, how we put that into place. And for me, I like my coffee in the morning, but I like shiny things, so I put it in shiny cups. And taking that water, but also that place of hydration. There's a commitment to hydrate myself, just like there's a commitment to the sky life and the movement of the earth to hydrate during different seasons. I live in the Anishinaabek region, or Algonquin territory, and I've lived here many, many years. And I've seen different snowfalls here. I've seen different rainfalls. I've seen a lot of thunder one time, and the ongoing conversation of when the frogs are singing. I went to my pathway about 2 weeks ago and the frogs weren't singing. And I was like, oh, they're a little late. Because then we go back. Last year they were singing. They're not singing yet. And then I called my friend over in Pikwakanagan. Are they singing over there? And that's that conversation. Who do we know in the community? Where in the community are they checking? Like who's looking out? Who's checking? Just like when we look up at the sky and I see the different the moons, right? I'm always looking for that moon, or I'm looking for that Big Dipper, that Little Dipper, because they tell us these different stories about where we've been. And maybe, you know, what we call that's a belief system. Like it's a place of knowledge, not just within a book, but there's a belief system that's been placed within already. My understanding is we're from the star people. We're from the star nation. And so we're always to look for our relations up there. And I love that part because, you know, it's constantly changing. Like I'm always interested, like the earth is always moving and the stars stay the same. So every now and again, the different hemispheres that you're looking at, they're to tell us these different teachings. And if we don't know or we didn't look up, we might miss it. Or if we didn't look down and ask the frogs, are you singing yet? We might miss it. And now's the season of catching the fish. We just finished the blanket of the snow and the ice. and prayed into the water to say, maybe I'll get a fish today. But also that place of, oh, those are the good hunting stories. Those are the good hunting grounds that we're to have here. Did you catch a fish? Did you catch that partridge? Or did you catch that? What happened? Where did you go? Who was with you? Did they feed you? Like, what food did you bring? What food did you offer? Right? Because everyone's got their own best techniques, right? I've heard from fishing with peanut butter and crackers to a little bit of beef to a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Everyone's got their techniques. For me, I like using, back to the basics, a little worm or a little fish, like those fish eat fish, right? That's those conversation of what do you do? What do you use? And when we go to the water, I'm still learning about how or what or where or to do things in a good way on our good path. So that when the end of the day and we sit with the relations, we will let them know we traveled our path in a good way, but sometimes there was bumps. Sometimes there was stumbles. Sometimes we fell. And that's part of that place of the connection through life, because we're to be seen. Remember that time you fell over there and, you were going really hard on your bike and you went, like that. And, you're supposed to have these stories of land within your life. And I like that part, you fell down that hill, you were like going down like this. And, like we fall in circles too, right? Like, I like that. I kind of like that part. And then we're when we're at gym, like they make us do these circle things like cartwheels or somersaults, and again, it's reminding us that like part of our life is to be in circles. And then we go into these different places of exercise, like exercise, that's a bigger one, or just movement. Did you walk the path? Did you do the circle? Did you do the circuit? So circles are constantly involved in our life. And I really like that because it kind of gets us out of this box. Even though we're in a box today, I would love for someone to develop this thing called technology and put everyone in a circle around instead of on a box, because it's startling sometimes. And we were never told, even though there's oral tradition that said a sickness would come, right? It came around again. We came from sometimes places of sickness. Excuse me. And sometimes when we were children, there was places of sickness. Sometimes we heard places of sickness. We've heard different places of global sickness before. But nobody said, when you grow up, you're going to be in the great sickness. So that's that larger conversation of when we go back. And what did we do back then to what we did today? And so there's a teaching every time. Like they were telling us a long time ago, wear masks. And that's that, like we used to wear beak masks back in the day so that we were smelling in medicines. Now we've got these, other things that make our glasses all fog up and, again, full circle, like best practices. And for some, they went right into like shopping online, and other people were right outside. Some people were baking bread. Some people were, and sharing it. Oh, I went to the store. I got some extra toilet paper. Here you go. I'm learning how to make sourdough bread. That whole cycle. It's good for your health. And those places of ingraining, what they say, the ingraining. We're to care for each other. We're to offer love for each other. We're to reassure each other it's going to be okay. And that's that hard part because of that oral knowledge of disconnect. There's been a disconnect sometimes, and sometimes it created sometimes what was already there, hardship of thought. And sometimes we had to go back to it. And it was hard because I always there was a place of I'm alone. You're independent. I don't know how to cope. You're learning. I had to cook my first meal. That's awesome. Like these different celebrations. So it wasn't on a downslide, it was on an upslide. Because maybe in our life, there was different times that they didn't teach us that. And that's where this electricity comes in handy. You can Google things like my husband, he calls it grandfather Google, right? Because it's an elder too. It knows some really old stuff, like all the way back to our treaties, all the way back to our land claims, all the way back to, what we were supposed to receive. And as we are all treaty people. So we have a treaty with the sky. We have a treaty with the sun. We have a treaty with this air. We have a treaty with this land in peace and in friendship. We have a treaty to each other. I will treat you in peace and in friendship. As long as the grass grows, rivers flow, and the sun shines. That's our agreements with one another. Even before it was written down. That's that larger conversation. What happened before to make it relevant to today? And that connects us to our life. I remember when I get that a lot when I go home, because they remember me as a baby before I was apprehended. And then there's the sadness, or there's the place of trauma bond. I remember. And then there's that place of filling them in. This is also what happened in my life. This is who made me today. I, or we, or they, or them. We all helped each other to get to where we are today. There seems to be this resurgence, because I remember, and I'm not stating my ageisms, but in the 70s, I could feel as a child nervousness from the adults in the 70s, especially if we were, and back then, and I don't mean to offend when I say this, because this is what they called us and we called each other too in Saskatchewan. I remember when the Indians came together as a child, and just going to the Indian Friendship Center, that was also in the name. So that conversation of when people would come to me when I was a little person, and they would go, "What kind of Indian are you?" And I always knew I was Cree. Even though through the apprehension, through all the different writings, I always knew I was Cree. So I'd go, "I'm Cree. I'm a Cree girl." And those are places that bring pride, the ownership to sometimes people we don't even know. Sometimes different places of different land we don't even know, or different places of the happy hunting trails we don't know yet, or the fishing trails, or the sky life we don't know yet, but we take it all in when we state our nation, and we kind of stand taller because we know that the relations are all behind standing with us. I come from many generations of people that were connected to the land. And there's a purposeful disconnect for a time in our generations. But that connection to land, language, water, air, sky, star life has remained. And I like that part because that's a really multi-generational. And sometimes when we were little, we would just look up, look at this, and lay down on the ground and look at these clouds, and they'd turn into faces and animals and vision. And I still do that sometimes, but this time I'm in my truck looking up instead, you know. But it's okay to lay on the ground, to actually feel the sound. You can feel the sound of the ground because it has its own song. Just like the rain has their own song and our thunders have their own songs, you know, because everything comes through their movement and their behavior and their different cycles. Oh, remember when it used to do that and it came back and it sounded similar but not the same. I always think, you know, like, what did it sound like at the beginning? And I think some of that has remained through that heartbeat. We hear that and we feel a sense of self-regulating, a sense of community, a sense of I belong, or we belong, or I matter. And that's that growing part. And then as a teenager, we look to the sky or we wander around and maybe I'll go do that, or maybe I'll go over here. And sometimes we fall too, right? Or we make mistakes so that we can kind of put that in our bundle because we're supposed to make mistakes. Because how would we know if we learned it well? Or somebody would tell us, right? That's that envisionment. You know, I had people certainly tell me certain things when I was a teenager. And there seems to be this ownership, like when you're a child, they tell you things and then you take it differently when you're a teenager. And that's okay, that's growing into, but this is the way I do it. And this is the way my brain will do it. And this is the way I'll function. And this is the way I learn. So I was a very hands-on learner because I was from the Moss Bag. So I listened a lot. I was one to not speak up right away, and they took that as she's not listening. Oh, and it also went to a place where they thought I was deaf because I didn't talk. And because of that place of my experiences with adults before, I didn't look them in the eye. So from city life where they expect you to look at them right away, to how I was also raised to, you know, acknowledge the adults there, but don't look at them. Just kind of get glimpses every now and again when they're walking away from you. And sometimes that was like a place that they said was disrespect. So that's that growing forward to share that. Sometimes we don't all look at each other. We look at each other's shoes, or we look at like what we're wearing. And when I went home, sometimes that was taught of that's a place of respect. Just like we look at each other's facial expressions, right? Like if we looked at a bear and we didn't get their facial expression or their body movement, or a moose, we didn't get their facial expressions or their body movement, we might have a bit of a different issue. And now's the time that they're coming out and they're getting hungry. Same like our deer life, same like even with our frog life. They're still coming out and they're pretty hungry, so don't get in their way. When I get hungry, don't get in my way. So again, similar but not the same. Because sometimes we can get cranky. Sometimes we get grumpy. Sometimes we kind of get loud too. It's okay to get loud. It's just how we get loud. It's really important to recognize how, because we don't know everyone's place of when something was yelling. Sometimes it's through song too. This song I sing in an elevated way so that the sky life can hear me. So that the relations all the way from before can hear me too. So I remind people, you'll get there to sing through your knees. You'll get there to sing through your feet. You'll get there to sing through your whole being, so that there's an energy out to and from. And you'll feel that place in your heart. And if it doesn't come often, it feels shaky, because it triggers an old place of where sound and vibration caused a different sensation. And I still get sometimes shaky when I sing. But I think that's that place of, it's that ownership. This is what I can do. I'm able to do this. And taking that bundle to say, it's okay. It's okay for me to do this. Sometimes when people are asked to talk, like me, like me, like I'm not the first one in line, right? I'm not the first one. And so I always think, I get worried, like my own inside stuff. It has its own cycle too. But I also remind it, like, you're a singer. You've been a singer your whole life. Every day your son, my son, because I'm mother of one, and stepmother, or what they say, those different roles. And it's grown, because sometimes when you're a teenager, you don't see that far ahead. I didn't know I could. And even as a young adult, getting those, adulting moments, and I'm still growing into these adulting moments. Like, I'm a full adult. I bought a computer, I'm a full adult. I got a new phone, right? But they're more material things. But I'm a full adult so that I can know where the medicine is and what it looks like, and remind my relations, don't take too much, because there's more that will come that might be looking for that medicine. Or maybe it needs to grow more. The season's coming forward. And maybe the season's coming forward when I get older, maybe I'll want to go back there, because I remember this good memory on those good, what they call pathways, right? And I always look at like those different stepping stones. Sometimes they call it ages and stages, or development, or different lodgings has different levels, right? But I believe that there's different stepping stones that we all walk on, and we all have this different vision of sharing that with one another. And my teachings today might not be the same as yours, and I'm okay with that, because maybe there's more for me to learn, or more for me to share the similarities. And what I've explained is a little bit of that Western thinking. Western is sometimes perceived in a box to an Indigenous within a circle. But we have different things come together, cycles, patterns, to really seek each other's understanding. Tell me more about that. Tell me so that I can feel maybe that, feel what that feels like. Because I can't say that I have the same experience multi-generationally as the generations behind me. But we have similarities because we're relations. And, I don't know enough to get all complex about all the different systems. I don't know everything about the sky life or the star life. I want to learn more. That's that eagerness. I want to learn more about like these are my, my hopes, I want to learn more about how to do more skinning in the hunt. Certain things I've never seen before. Acknowledgement of I didn't have that, and that's okay. Not the grief. I didn't have that, but there is still a part of that. So there's still that things to still work on. And it's okay to be repetitive, right? Like every morning I get up, I have my coffee. That's a good repetitive for me, you know. Every morning I wake up and I tell Google, hey Google, 5 more minutes snooze. You know, I do that repetitively, you know, and sometimes my husband's like, oh, you should get up now. And I'm like, no, Google told me I had 5 more minutes, you know, like that's that place, right? And then like the earth cycle, like we're all in relations with the earth cycle, and adaptation or change over time. We have that right to change over time. Just like trees, they change over time, just like our birds, just like our fish. It's hard when it's the water and the land that changes over time. Just like our peoples, they're changing over time. And we have to sometimes question different places of how they did it within finding out the information. We can make a more humanistic or kinder approach. I remind survivors, we don't have to answer everything. I remind that a lot. Sometimes it's hard to hold what we have been through. It's really important to go to really safe space for our heart and our sense of who we are. And sometimes when we're with other survivors, we don't mean to, but we trigger each other. So that larger context of understanding. And I remind people, you know, because there's this conversation of everyone's wanting to decolonize and indigenize. We're not free. Nothing is free. Even that bird that migrated all the way back had a plan for its bigger life. And we are making steps to ensure that the migration of this land and all over the lands are safe passageways. Even for our bees and our butterflies. You know, like now I'm thinking spring, I'll start sprinkling a bit more seeds out there so that in case they come. I always got my bird feeders out and my husband's like, oh, those squirrels are out there again. So now they've created this thing called squirrel-proof bird seed. You know, and they even build different things to prevent, but they're hungry too. That's where I go, right? But they might be hungry. And that's that feeling of don't leave anyone behind. Like it's not just anybody. Don't leave any nation behind. They don't bug us. They're not hurting us. They irritate. That's okay. And I have doves that come in. And our son, he goes to the window. Oh, the doves are back. And you can hear their song. This beautiful peace. And now in this world, there's a hardship on peace to the point that it makes you cry. Sometimes you're crying at the water. Sometimes you're crying at the land. We're crying at how we're treating each other. Sometimes it's been written. They don't get along. You know, that's that hard place. To know that, you know, even in places where people don't get along, and it's a lot of the times human race, we recognize still there's an interconnectedness because we're all related. There's a larger interconnectedness that sometimes is hard, especially in conflict. You know, I always remind people, go back to the bees. Like there's the workers, there's like they even have different little hierarchies too, right? Or even the mole life. And they can't see, they can't hear. They work on vibration. They might bump into each other, and I probably bump into them too. Like when I'm fasting, and I'm like, how many moles are under here? You know, like that's my stuff, right? And so I put my little tarp down. Sorry, you know, you can't come up here because I got issues, right? But that's that place of knowing, you know, like there's still things to be done. You know, whether it's fasting and even reminding people, you know, we've been fasting for so many years. Like time immemorial they go, right? Same like the thunders, time immemorial. Same like the clouds and the sky life and the earth life, time immemorial. And through some of the creator songs that I know, we were built last. Like what they say, Jamnedo, or our creator, the creator created. And we were built last to remind us, get along. And I like that, you know. And then that song that I like through Neil Manek, and I'm going to sing that if I have time. I'm going to look at Jody. Do I have time? Yes? Okay. I like this song because there's a lot of words, and it reminds me of putting language back into me, because there's different places of loss, including language. And for me, how I did it as a survivor is I sang my language back to me, but I sing a lot of languages back to me. And so it starts off with Jamanedo, Jamanedo, Geganuna, Geganuna, Mosea, Mosea, Geganuna, Jamanedo, hey, 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 yo. And so what you're saying is you'll walk with the Creator. Nokamesna, Nokamesna, Geganuna, Geganuna, Mosea, Mosea, Geganuna, Nokamesna, hey, 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 yo. And so when we're getting specific to gender, I always remind people that, you know, that Nokomis might be a they, them, or they might be identified as non-binary, right? Those are the other larger conversations, but that's how it was written in the song, you know. Mishomis, Mishomis, Geganuna, Geganuna, Mosea, Mosea, Geganuna, Mishomis, hey, 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 yo. And I always look at Mishomis like maybe they're non-binary, or maybe they're they, them, or maybe they transferred into a Mishomis. So those are the larger conversations of everybody belongs in this song. Matego, Matego, Geganuna, Geganuna, Mosea, Mosea, Geganuna, Matego, hey, 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 yo. And those are the tree lives, right? All the tree lives, and that goes everywhere around the earth, the tree life and that commitment. Because the trees are sometimes ones we go and hug. A little relation said they have these branches that look like they want to hug you, right? So you go hug them, right? And sometimes during this time of COVID, we've spent more time with the trees than we ever have before. So we're like looking at the trees and, oh, the squirrel's up there, there's that bird, and oh, those nuts or pine cones are falling. And sometimes we've gone to the tree life to take drink. The fir, the pine, the birch, the maple, you know, the poplar, right? All of them provide some form of element, and all some things that are around, like Labrador tea or the raspberry tea or the dandelion tea or the nettle tea, like all these different things to nourish us, right? And then it goes from Matigo, it goes to Shkokamikwe, or what they say, the earth or Mother Earth or the bigger earth or the relations to the earth. And then it goes to that place of the plant life again. Wasiya, wasiya. And then the nango, nangoka, nangoka, geganuna, geganuna, moseya, moseya, geganuna, nangoka, hey, 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 yo. And those are the different conversations of everything that's around you and reminding you that you're to walk with them. And I like that song. That song was made by, because that goes back to the one that brought it forward, Neil Minig. And I'm very grateful for places of the ones that are creators to songs. Because sometimes those are the songs that we've been waiting to hear. You know, I get that song. I want to know that song. So it drives you into a new place of, this is part of me. This is who else I am. And for me, I've sung my whole life. There was a time where I went silent in foster care. So that silence is very similar to watching, really watching. But it's okay to speak up too. It's okay to remind yourself, what am I feeling and what is it I need and what do I need them to know? and ask for help, you know, because I know that we're still navigating how to ask each other for help, still navigating, and this is the new thing going forward, how to be social. How do we be social? You know, because we've been in this box for, I don't know, almost 2 years. And now we have a habit. Like I can mute you, you know, or I can go dark, right? You know, but that doesn't happen in real life, right? It's a little bit noisier out there. You know, kids scream. People have their own little side conversations. So I remind people, you know, when we come back to one another and be social in peace and in friendship again, be kind. Be kind to yourself. Be kind to others and the bigger picture, because you're part of that. You're part of the bigger picture. So I thank you very much for taking the time and listening. And if I've offended or said something that hurt your feelings, it was not in any intent. What I shared was just little that I know. And I'm going to keep learning, and I encourage you to do the same. And then when that social time comes, share what you did, share what you learned in ways that when it's right for you. So, Miigwech, thank you for, I guess, asking. So, agade, Miigwech.
Beautiful words shared by Elaine today, and I thank you, everyone here who's tuned in to listen to our different elders from the First Nation Métis Inuit Education Association of Ontario share today those important sharings and tellings around Earth Day. Earth Day is every day. We're just getting ready now to transition over back to Monica and Qauyisaq, who started off our day, our wonderful day, with the lighting of the Qulliq, and they're going to now share a little bit more and bring forward some Inuit perspectives and culture in terms of their understanding of the importance of taking care of the land and waters and all of creation from their understandings. So I will turn it over to you both now. Welcome back from this morning.
Thank you.
Nakomi, thank you. So it's been a pretty interesting day, learning about Earth Day and different perspectives on that. Monica, I wanted to ask you a little bit about some of the impacts of climate change that Inuit are seeing because they rely on the land so much for access to animals and you know, Inuit love being out on the land. So I wanted to see if you had any personal stories you could share about that.
Yeah. Well, the Inuit have observed the ice on rivers and lakes are breaking up earlier, and we see videos of snowmobiles crossing from the land to through the water onto the ice to get to the ice in the lake to do some jigging for fish. And on their way back, they run their snowmobiles right through the ice onto the water and onto the land as fast as they can before they fall into the water. And also the Inuit hunters have seen that most of the ice pans are melted, which were walrus used to bask on the ice pans, you know, basking in the sun. And you see polar bears on the land more frequently, you know, destroying shacks and rummaging their cabins for food or anything, destroying cabins and stuff like that because there's no ice pans on the ocean anymore. And we have seen videos of video clips of glaciers melting, like from the Greenland area. Miles and miles of glaciers disappearing into the ocean, stuff like that. So it has had a serious impact on Inuit hunters, Inuit in general.
Yeah, I've heard that about the later freeze up and earlier melt in the Arctic, which means that Inuit can't access the resources. They've had to adapt to the climate change in terms of finishing their season sooner and probably starting, you know, going on the land in the fall later because of climate change. I think you were talking about the ice pans. I know that the loss of the multi-year ice is a big factor in the climate change that Inuit are seeing firsthand in the north, and we see in the news, you know, all the time now about polar bear and Inuit interactions, and it used to be a lot less in the past. I don't remember hearing about so many polar bear human interactions, and it's very common now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's such very intense weather patterns. We hear about tsunamis and other weather affecting different areas, especially when the tsunami hit. The first time tsunami hit, Inuit were saying that it might have tilted the earth off its axis. And I remember when I was a kid in Qulliq, which is way above the Arctic Circle. And it used to be just light blue in the horizon and dark blue up above. But after the tsunami hit, there was the like light orange, like the sunset, and which we never used to see. And the sun comes up further north than it used to, or something like that. Like I heard the elders were saying about how, you know, when it used to, the sun used to rise on the west, northwest, and it's more further north now, you know? So, especially hunters have been talking about all these different shifts in our environment.
Especially when Inuit rely heavily on animals from the land. 70% of their diet is country food, right? It's harvested from the land, so it impacts food security for a lot of Inuit families.
Exactly. And now, like I know in Qulliq where there's lots of walrus, people like to go walrus hunting in the wintertime when it's Ittursardjuat, like when it's Kanyen'kehaka. Not as cold as it usually is on mild days, and the ice moves like this. That's when they go walrus hunting, and they talk about, you know, what used to be is not the same today, so they have to watch out for different ice conditions, and that they have to be with elders who know about the ice and the water, ice formations, and so on.
Thank you. And this time of year too, in the Arctic, it's very this is springtime. People are going out a lot more. In Iqaluit, they just celebrated Qulliq time, which is a spring festival. The sun is out a lot more, so people are accessing the land a lot more this time of year too, and the sea ice. I know in your community you have, because you're above the Arctic Circle, you have what's called a Return of the Sun festival or celebration in Qulliq.
Yes. Yeah, I remember when we used to, you know, go out in January. And when we see the first sign of the sun, we were, as kids, told to smile at the sun with one eye closed to welcome it. And we would douse out, my mother would douse out the Qulliq, remove the old wick and remove the old oil, put in new oil and put in a new wick to welcome the new year. But in my younger days, the sun used to return around January the 12th, but this year it returned January the 8th, so that's much earlier.
When would the sun go away in your town?
Middle of November.
So you have over 2 months of darkness then.
Yeah. Well, not total darkness anymore, but no sun, no
Yeah.
sun. Yeah. And sun would return almost middle of January, but this year it was beginning of January. And there would be 24-hour daylight from June till September. Yeah, early part of September.
I love that time of year up there.
Yeah, 24-hour daylight.
And it's almost like a reward after going through darkness in the winter, eh?
Yeah, that's why we take advantage of the warmer days. You know, we're out still hunting at least 17, 18 hours and go home and sleep a bit and do it all over again.
You go out when you can, right? And
Yes.
you take advantage of it. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind sharing a traditional Ayaya song, if you wanted to share something.
Okay. I just shared about the return of the sun celebrations, and this song was sung at the return of the celebrations, and it talks about what a beautiful thing it is to see the sun back, and then we will be up all day, and you know how we enjoy all these activities with 24-hour daylight. And it used to be sung with a drum, someone drum dancing. Aliana etu kapu inune alerama. Ayaya ya 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 ya. Aya ya ya ya. Aku tuyo ang motibo ulok sulitawa. Ayaya ya 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 ya. Yeah. And it goes on and on like that with the same tune. Yeah.
That was beautiful. Thank you, Monica.
You're welcome.
I thought when you were talking about making bannock earlier that there would be a bannock on top of above your Qulliq. Just getting ready.
Not today. Maybe next week.
So in terms of the I guess to continue talking about in line with Earth Day and how Inuit rely on the land so much for everything, really, like it sustains Inuit life. I know that most of your sons and I guess daughters too rely heavily on harvesting and the ones that live in Qulliq still anyway, right?
Yes. Yeah, we're just camping outside of Qulliq. We have pitch up our tent and put up our Qulliq, and the men are out hunting, boating, and we support them in the camp or close to the water. So that's all we do in the spring and summertime.
It's all about teamwork too, eh? Everybody working together.
Yes. Everybody supports each other. Yeah, because Qulliq Point is Qulliq, but what is now called Qulliq used to be Ittusardjuat because of the way the water is shaped in the bay. And what used to be the traditional winter camp was up in the mainland, and Qulliq Point used to be a walrus hunting camp because that was the area. Well, it is the area where the ice breaks up earlier than up in Avacha. So I guess the sailors came, the ship came when people were still in the spring summer camp, and they thought, this must be where people live. So that's where the outpost was set up. But our traditional winter camp was up on the mainland.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And people are still on that island too. Their seasonal camp. It's become the main town, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. That's why it's such a small island, and there's mammals everywhere, like seals, bearded seals, whales, walrus, polar bears, fish all around, swimming all around the island. They are fishing camps too, but so that's how it is today. Yeah. And I was told when they had summer camps, or like they had winter camps, summer camps, and so on, people had to move maybe 2 or 3 years after they've been in one camp, because they said that the earth needs to breathe, needs to regenerate itself. So we go to another camp, set up camp there, and have our camp for 2 or 3 years and move again, so that it'll give the place a chance to rejuvenate itself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sustainable use of the land, and very in a very respectable way too, right?
Yes, yes.
I know that Inuit are very spiritual, and they respect the animals as they have souls too. Maybe you can talk a little bit about the respect for the animals that we see. One example I can think of is when they give when a seal hunter will give a seal a drink of water before he passes on to the spirit world, so he wouldn't be thirsty. And there's other examples, I'm sure, of the respect given to the animals that they gave themselves up to the Inuit, right? It's almost a partnership.
Yes. And I grew up in residential school, so I'm not that familiar with the ways of the hunters. My husband would be more knowledgeable in that area. But we were always told not to treat animals like in a game sort of thing, like but respect them. If you're going to kill an animal, you have, it has to be one that you can eat, or you can use the skin for clothing, but not just to kill, And if you maim an animal, you shouldn't let it suffer. Kill it rather than have it suffer. And so a child's first seal, for instance, The seal meat would be shared, especially to the Angnalia, that the
The midwife?
Yeah, the midwife and the elders and whom the family respects and shared equally with the camp members. And in my growing up years, they would prepare the seal pelt and dry it and sell it to the Hudson Bay, and whatever they get for the money they got for selling it would be shared with the people that the family respects. So it's all about sharing and respecting and, you know, being thankful for what you get. Yeah, damn it.
Thank you. That was beautiful. Maybe we could talk a little bit about when you're going to close off your Qulliq. You mentioned earlier that the Qulliq is very symbolic for Inuit, not just symbolic. It's an important tool of survival. But you also mentioned that it's become part of our ceremonies in the Arctic in terms of starting meetings in a good way and ending meetings in a good way, in a respectful way that's welcoming to Inuit and all participants.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let me mention too that there used to be a Qulliq, which means the one on top, and there used to be Alliq, the one at the bottom. So my mother would have a Qulliq in front of her on a platform, and my grandmother would have her own Qulliq on the other side in front of her. And there would be one on the left side of the doorway and another one on the right side of the doorway on the floor to keep the floor warmer and up here warmer. And they made sure there was a hole above, so the warm air would go up and there'd be oxygen circulating. If there was no hole up there, the water would be, I mean, the fire, the flame would, there would be no flame because of no oxygen. Yeah. And so we had to, we were told not to play with fire. But, you know, watching my mother do, I would practice anyways. And that's how I got to know how to tend the Qulliq. And so the mother would be doing maybe 6 or 7 different things at the same time, taking care of her child, taking care of another child who's been playing out when her son came in and his mittens are frozen, the hands are frozen, so she would breathe into into the mitts and put them back into the boy's hands, and then that, and she'd be sewing, she'd be cooking, tending the Qulliq, and so on, you know. So to make sure that when the hunter came, they would have something to eat. So in the end of the day, she would only have a little piece of the wick on fire, so as not to, you know, waste the oil, something like that, which would burn throughout the night. And so we're sleeping under the covers and, you know, we're warm. But when she woke up, she would turn it back on again. So I'm just going to douse it out and hopefully I can use this oil again for next time. Kanyen'kehaka.
Thank you, Monica.
There you go.
Nakokmi for
Lali.
sharing with FNMIEAO and all the participants today. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
I also want to echo that and offer my thanks as well to just such a beautiful day, to start us off in a beautiful way with that light that was just so special, and to end our day as well. And so thank you very much for your sharing. And I was really fascinated about listening to the rising of the sun and the changing of the time of when that happens. Was something I was quite interested in hearing about. I also want to thank everyone who's tuned in today, who's listened in for the sharing that's happened. Hopefully, you've learned some new things. You're inspired to, get out back on the land, be connected, listen to what the land, what the waters, what the animals are saying to you, and make those connections, and so that we can have a better world moving forward. So again, thank you very much, everyone. And hope you all have a wonderful day. And we'll see you on our next time together.
Goodbye.